Θα περιμένουμε άλλα 2-3.
We will wait another couple of minutes before we start.
More minutes. Αξιότιμοι κυρίες και κύριοι,
Chair of the European Delphi Cultural Center of Delphi Emeritus, the Managing Director and grand sponsor of Delphi Dialogues, Director of Eurolife, Mr. Alexandros Hadjigeorgiou. Delphi are one of the most iconic landmarks of the ancient Greek thinking, the prestige of which still remains dynamic. The European Cultural Center of Delphi, whose mission is to create in Delphi European and global intellectual center.
Just realized that some of the English speakers do not have access to the translation. So could we take care of this? Να δώσετε ακουστικά παρακαλώ στους κυρίους που μιλούν μόνο αγγλικά.
Test of the English interpretation. Can you hear the interpreter? Can you please nod if you can hear the interpreter?
Ναι, να δώσουμε όμως ακουστικά τώρα στους ανθρώπους. We should pretend here that we should at least pretend here that we're technologically advanced. Okay? So be as quick as possible, please. You should have already done that, okay?
Test for the English-speaking participants. Test for the English-speaking participants. Can you hear the interpreter? If you can you please nod? I can see you from the booth. Can you please nod? So Delphi is one of the most iconic landmarks of the ancient Greek thinking, the prestige of which still remains dynamic. The European Cultural Center of Delphi, mission of which is to establish in Delphi a European and global intellectual center, is the par excellence culture institution in Greece, where the importance of humanitarian thinking has to be explored constantly. In a few years from now, thanks to the initiative and care of the Minister of Culture, Lina Mendoni, our conference center will be fully refurbished and upgraded. The framework contract has already been signed between our center and the Ministry of Culture in order for this major project to be implemented, the value of which amounts to €1 million and is part of the RRF funding. In this context, the European Cultural Center of Delphi is inaugurating today Delphi Dialogues in order to enhance global extroversion and cultural influence of the center. The establishment of this institution of Delphi Dialogues has long been one of my visions, and is with great pleasure and a lot of hard work I see it realized today. Prominent thinkers and scholars of global caliber every year will be meeting in Delphi and discuss flagrant issues of actuality as well as problems which the humanity will need to deal with in the immediate future. The papers and the papers and presentations will be published in Delphi Dialogues publication. Here, where in this country where philosophy was born and fostered, discussions about culture as well as initiatives ignore philosophy, which is a major mistake. Without philosophical thinking, much as it sounds persistent or self-referring, had it not been for philosophical thinking, then the major changes that we've experienced would have never occurred. The first Delphi Dialogues are under the auspices of the President of the Hellenic Republic, Ms. Katerina Sakiralopoulou, and are taking place thanks to the generosity of Eurolife FFH, and we would like to warmly thank the Managing Director of the company, Mr. Alexandros Sargeorgiou. The first Delphi Dialogues focus on the topical issue of technology and the ways in which it could enhance or undermine the functioning of democracy the way we've known it so far. It is a great pleasure that we have got here in these Delphi Dialogues a lot of colleagues who are pioneers in their fields. And I will mention them and the way in the order they're going to present their speeches. Etienne Balibar, Pierre Lévy, Alvin Wangerelin, Philip Howard, and Jeffrey Schnapp. I also need to warmly thank those colleagues who are teaching in this year's Delphi Academy of European Studies, another vision of mine that has come true and actually first took place 6 years ago with the support of the region of Sterea Ελλάδα. And we have got with us Matthew Gibney, Elizabeth Colson, Professor of Politics and Forced Migration, University of Oxford, and Marianne Hirsch, Emerita, Professor of Columbia University. Marianne and Matt, along with Leo Spitzer, Vernon, Professor of History, Emeritus and Research Professor, Dartmouth College, offer excellent interdisciplinary seminars in Delphi Academy, which first years focuses on displacement, refugee, migration, and memory. Therefore, they pertain to one of the most dramatic humanitarian crises experienced on our planet. Let me also note that we have got with us, within Delphi Academy and Delphi Dialogues, candidate doctors as well as graduate students from different countries, including Greece, France, US, Canada, Switzerland, Lithuania, and the UK. I would like to also mention that here with us today we have got Mr. Yannis Bougas from representing the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Kostopanagiotou, MP of Fokida, representing Syriza political party, Mr. Fanis Tvenos, Regional Governor of Sterea Ελλάδα, Mr. Panagiotis Tagalis, Mayor of Delphi, Mr. Yorgos Dermouzos, Vice Regional Vice Governor, of course, Mrs. Arveler, Mr. Philippou, Mr. Angelos Androulidakis, member of the board of Eurolife, Mrs. Evasmia Stavropoulou, member of our board, President rather, Mr. Konstantinos Christidis, Vice President of the European Cultural Center of Delphi. Finally, please allow me to thank all the people of and associates of the European Cultural Center of Delphi who worked so hard for these first Delphi dialogues to come true. First of all, the director, Professor Andreas Kofas, who coordinated the various operations and activities for the technologically advanced promotion, international marketing and projection of the Delphi dialogues, the head of the sector, Ms. Maro Nikolopoulou, Mr. Periklis Spatoulas, head of the press office, Ms. Athina Gotsi, Mr. Yannis Voganatsis, and of course, Ms. Efi Vasilopoulou, who is the head of administration. And I now kindly ask Mr. Sari Georgiou to say a few words, and then I will deliver my speech in English, and my speech will be on this topic.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon.
So, Mrs. Arveler, Professor Oilos, members of Parliament, esteemed guests, let me just take 2 minutes to explain why we, Eurolife FFH, why we are here, besides the fact that this would have been extremely interesting anyway, but why we are here and we are proud to support the European Cultural Center of Delphi, as well as the Delphic dialogues. So at Eurolife, we are a large insurance group, and we strongly believe that it is essential to return some of the value that we create by insurance, through insurance, to return some of that value to the local communities and to Greece in general. We are very active in supporting causes on the low birth rates in Greece, supporting the Hellenic National Opera, museums, doing educational programs in the provinces of Greece. Causes such as supporting dialogues are not intuitively obvious for corporate social responsibility programs, but we believe strongly that work supporting public discourse and top dialogues through the activities, through the initiatives of Professor Oilos and his guidance is essential for progress in our time. We are at a tipping point on many matters, some of which are essentially technology and democracy. And so through Professor Oilos attracting top thinkers, top philosophers of our time in Greece, in a magical place such as Delphi, I think is essential, and it creates a foundation on which to build all the rest that we are doing, us as businessmen, in our daily lives. So I look forward to attending this extremely important conference. Thank you.
Okay, bear with me for, I think, 4 or 5 minutes. A major tragic irony defines the so-called Western societies today, which in many cases only nominally adhere to principles and practices of classical Athenian democracy that they often acknowledge as their ideological and political model. Let me explain what I mean. The gradual compartmentalization of the different domains of sociopolitical activity, for instance, the disintegration of political interaction and participation into fragmented, semi-autonomous and quasi-metaphysically abstracted arenas, especially the compartmentalization of the economic, has resulted, I argue, in the subjugation of almost all other domains precisely to the latter, to the economic. If 60 years ago Hannah Arendt astutely diagnosed and deplored the transition from the political to the social, for many years now we have been experiencing the initially imperceptibly, but ultimately rather dramatically violent transition from the social to the technologically abstracted, or in Georges Bataille's terms, excessively restrictive economic. This transformation has led to what I call the transcentralization of digital economy and several other kinds of digitized or homogenized human activity, and the digitization of labor and other socioeconomic and political relations and conditions. In our epoch, which in some publications of mine I have described as neo-medieval meta-capitalism, the digitization of many sectors of human activities and exchanges and the emphasis on virtual reality, which results from an inflated valorization of technology, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, at the expense of the study of the human condition as such, contributes to the distancing of individuals from their surroundings, from their world, and of course from nature itself. At the same time, these developments create a sense, I think, of a new quasi-transcendental but essentially non-metaphysical reality, which paradoxically transcends individual perceptual abilities and purviews. Hence, it's what I call quasi-transcendental character. This promotion of a quasi-transcendental virtual and humanly constructed reality, or an iconolatry that transcends the limits of what, at least until recently, was generally understood to be the human condition, is of great interest to me and I guess to all of us here. But why do I call this aspect of our age neo-medieval? Whereas in the Christian Middle Ages, the icon functioned as a kind of vehicle for communication with the metaphysical other, God, sense, etc., now it's the icon that paradoxically functions as a transcendental other, that is, as some sort of reality wrongly perceived sometimes as an entity that defies the immediately perceptible limits of individual human experience, from which the subject is considerably separated and alienated, and which does not refer essentially to anything else but itself. New myths are emerging in our society, which means that despite the Enlightenment and other historical movements and intellectual movements, some deep mythical structures and patterns of perceiving and constructing new realities subsist. What my colleague Dimitrios Getomolakis has defined as mythogenesis in his pioneering books on myth and the European avant-garde is today invested with new dynamics and energy. At the same time, technology, especially AI, artificial intelligence, of course offers extremely useful tools that have been exceptionally beneficial in a number of domains: education, cultural production and transmission, establishment of social and professional networks, economy, etc. Questions that will be explored today include the following. What are the opportunities and challenges that flourishing technological development entails for democracies, the citizens' participation in political decision-making, and even the very essence of the human? How could the substitution of technological applications, look for instance at the recent invention of ChatGPT, for fundamental human functions, precipitate the transition to the post-human era? What would be the ideal and the realistically foreseeable features of that era? What does this transition mean for human thinking, culture, education, the political, and the relationship between citizens and polities? How do all these unprecedented developments redefine the values of the so-called humanism and the humanities, in whose formation classical Greek antiquity had a prominent role? To my mind, an important issue that needs to be explored systematically by all actors involved in the materialization and implementation of such developments is the teleology of technology and especially artificial intelligence. What are its envisaged tele in all possible major meanings of the multivalent Greek term telos? That is, full telos in ancient Greek would mean a number of things, including end, goal, full realization, power, services, but also payment, cost. AI's teleology, thus understood, constitutes a question of crucial political, social, and moral relevance, which, in my opinion, should not be left in the hands of technocrats or bureaucrats. Another significant challenge that recent and ongoing technological developments present for humans, especially political leaders and legal specialists, but also for citizens in democratic societies as a whole, has the form of a rather complex sociopolitical algorithm. How could homogenizing and homogenized, technologically generated, implemented, and controlled processes and practices preserve human heterogeneity, and in particular cultural, behavioral, political, and ideological diversity? Let me conclude by stressing that AI, technology in general, should not be thought of or dealt with as a personified, demonized, or deified entity. It is not something ontologically independent of humans. It is not a physical force or a metaphysical entity. It is a human product, and as such, it should be treated, used, and evaluated. If almost 150 years after the proclamation of the death of God by Nietzsche, we proceed to the death of the human, as the human has been known for millennia, this is a choice or a possibility left in human hands and minds. It is the moral and political prerogative and predicament of humans to decide what future they envisage for themselves. There is nobody or nothing else to blame or to praise for their choices. Ideally, Delphi could become the center for debates on this fundamental human prerogative and predicament. And today, it's only the beginning. Thank you.
May I speak from here?
Yes, but I'm going to introduce you first. Welcome, everyone. I'm Matthew Gibney from Oxford University, and I'd just like to say what an honour it is today and to be chairing this first session, not least after that fantastic introduction to the subject in front of us today, but also because we have three marvellous and esteemed speakers or contributors to this panel. The first of whom will be Etienne Balibar. He is undoubtedly one of the most influential social and political theorists in the world today. He's taught at many different universities, including Paris, Nanterre, Kingston University in London, UC Irvine and Columbia University, and he's the author of, as many of you will know, of many famous and influential books, including Reading Capital with Louis Althusser, Race, Nation and Class, Ambiguous Identities, Reflections on Transnational Citizenship, and most recently, On Universals, Constructing and Deconstructing Community. We will also have speaking after him, Pierre Levy, also a very well-known scholar and thinker. Pierre Levy is a philosopher who has devoted his professional life to understanding the cultural and the cognitive implications of digital technologies to promote their best social uses, to study the phenomenon of human collective intelligence. Of corporate development to his list of roles. He was born in China during the Cultural Revolution and, as he says, educated in the US during the PC Revolution, and played a significant role to fuel the internet and mobile revolution, and now is recognized as a top global thought leader in these areas. So our speakers will have about 25 minutes to talk. And the aim is that after they're finished speaking, we'll have about 15 minutes for a question and answer session, enabling you to join in the conversation and ask questions. But without any further ado, I'm going to introduce Professor Balabar with his topic of the digital catastrophe as anthropological and political problem.
Thank you so much. Does it work? Yes? It's always a problem, you know, because sorry? Closer. Louder. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Matthew, for this extremely generous introduction. I will be brief in my first considerations, but I absolutely want to say how delighted, how honored I feel to be here today, speaking first, of course, in chronological order, in what I understand is the first session of the newly established Delphi Dialogues. So thank you, Professor Roylos, for your invitation, and thank you, the European Center, the European Cultural Center of Delphi and the whole staff. If you allow me, I'll add a sentence in French. Il est très émouvant pour moi de me trouver aujourd'hui parmi vous pour parler devant mon ancienne présidente à l'Université de Paris 1, Madame Hélène Arveller, qui a joué un rôle si déterminant dans la mise en place de cette initiative et de bien d'autres initiatives dans le monde. Je voudrais lui exprimer tout mon respect, toute mon admiration et, si elle le permet, toute mon affection. Very last preliminary. For the translators, you had my text. I'm going to read it. I'm sorry you had it relatively late. Where are you? I don't see you, but anyway, you must be. Hello, yes. I'll try to speak not too fast, although we need, of course, to limit ourselves to the 25 minutes. I will make some cuts in the text that you have. I hope it's not a problem for you. I can tell you in advance, I cut almost all the parentheses within the sentences and also a few paragraphs, but I will tell. Okay. So we're asked to discuss the theme technological development and democracy / the public sphere in the formula that I had received. In the recent period, this question was addressed in particular by Jürgen Habermas, the wise man of European philosophy and the inventor of the contemporary theory of the liberal public sphere, in a vigorous essay, considerations and hypotheses about, I have the German title here, a new structural change in the political public sphere, which is sure to remain a fundamental reference. Habermas's attention focuses on dramatic changes which are introduced in the formation of public opinions and the practice of deliberation by the generalized use of social networks, made possible, of course, by the advances of digital technologies and their tendency, according to him, to blur the difference between information and fiction. I will not ignore this important argument, but I want to try and raise the discussion to another level, which concerns the very survival of the zoon politikon in the new framing of the world as an info-friendly environment. A formula that is used in particular by Luciano Floridi in his book, The Fourth Revolution, etc. I chose the title, The Digital Catastrophe and the End of Historicity, or something similar that you've heard, having in mind that for the last 4 centuries, our concept of the political has been linked to the representation of historical time as a dramatic or dialectical process of the collectivization of subjective experiences. What will remain of this articulation of politics, history, and sociality when the effects of the digital revolution are fully implemented? Very little, I am afraid, which doesn't indicate which kind of common life and common practice will succeed them. But before I come to the argument itself, 2 quick preliminaries are in order. In fact, I give only one of them. First, I am fully aware of the risk of providing just another version of overused technophobic arguments in speaking of the increasing subjection of our daily life and our public institutions to information technology as a catastrophe. I try to use this term primarily in its etymological sense. And I believe that the philosophical task is not to picture this catastrophe as evil, but to identify the forms that it takes and to explain why it amounts to a veritable change in the constitution of the human, which had few equivalents in past history, if any. But I can't hide the fact that, in my view, this change is primarily destructive with respect to some fundamental, cultural, or perhaps we should say traditional values. I skipped the second preliminary. My argument unfolds in 3 steps. 1, current anticipations of what we might term the politics of the digital revolution and their range of validity. 2, examples and orientation of the colonization of human and social relations by so-called information and communication technologies, ICTs, including artificial intelligence. 3, more specifically, the form of alienation that is inherent in the implementation of ICTs as necessary interface between their users. So first, the politics of the digital revolution. It seems that discourses about the political practices and institutions that will emerge in the world as a consequence of the digital revolution are quite usually conceived in terms of the acceleration of acceleration itself. If we admit that the idea of technical progress is already conceived as accelerating changes in the society. But we seem to have reached the culmination of this tendency. But the anticipations of what the result would be oscillate between dystopias and utopias. The typical dystopias are centered on two phenomena which are well underway before our eyes. One is the replacement of traditional distribution of consumption goods through small or even big shopping places by online platforms or e-commerce websites. The other is the use of automatic systems of identification of individuals, especially facial recognition, by states or local police administrations, which make it possible for an administration to instantly know where an individual is situated and connect this information with a record of his or her lifelong activities. The combination of both means that individual behavior is not only recorded and traced, but also monitored and influenced with the help of gigantic databases that register the profiles of individuals and subject them to automated analysis in terms of profitability and normality. This is the background for example, Shoshana Zuboff's well-known essay, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, published in 2019. On the cutting edge of this transformation of individuals into inforgs, as they are sometimes called, we find the modern version of the age-old fantasy of machines taking command over their own inventors through the becoming autonomous of robots endowed with an artificial intelligence that is faster and broader than the traditional human intelligence. However, the opposite picture is also offered by a large literature. It does not only insist on the enormous gains of productivity and efficiency in vital domains, for example, diagnosing dangerous diseases or health conditions, but also suggests that the digital revolution immensely increases the capacities of individuals to shop, so to speak, on the internet for goods, games, learning, according to their needs and tastes, using the whole world as a permanent resource. Most interesting for our current discussion is the suggestion that the ICT has created for internet users of a new, has created for internet users a new virtual public sphere that transgresses the national and political borders, thus liberating individuals from the control of their more or less dictatorial political leaders and making it possible to build solidarities and generate discussions about the interests of mankind or the future of the planet on a global scale. This has led to the introduction already some time ago of the concept of the netizen, who would be the real citizen of the world. An example frequently invoked, which I find very telling, is the case of young Chinese geeks spending their time online to gather information from all other countries and especially the West. They are not alienated to the machine, but using it as an instrument for greater autonomy and critical reflection or attitude. It is important to refer to such possibilities in order not to encourage the idea that any technological revolution per se has the capacity of abolishing freedom. In the terminology of the late Bernard Stiegler, borrowed from Plato through the mediation of philosopher Jacques Derrida, technologies are pharmaca, in the Greek plural, that is, double-edged instruments which can serve to heal or to poison mankind. It is worth immediately adding, however, that though the very nature of the infosphere, whose structure relies on the daily accumulation of quintillions of bytes of randomly collected data and their analysis by algorithms in order to create and adjust individual profiles, any intentional transgressive use of the ICT is vastly overwhelmed in terms of its capacity to frame social interactions by the normalizing and controlling power of the digital system itself. Hence, the necessity to introduce the problematic of anonymous and global forms of domination, which are profoundly anti-political and seem to form the inevitable counterpart of the ICT's growing capacities of representing the world and predict its regularities. I want to indicate two modalities of this domination. The first is borrowing the formula from a very interesting essay by Antoinette Rouvroy and Thomas Berns, algorithmic governmentality, indicating, I quote, a certain type of anormative or apolitical rationality founded on the automated collection, aggregation, and analysis of big data so as to model, anticipate, and preemptively affect possible behaviors, end of quote. In Foucauldian terms, from Michel Foucault, we could say that although the scale of the automated processes is potentially global and involves big data, this is an anti-politics that takes shape at the micro-political level, since its target is to reduce each individual's personality to her own digital traces and the multiple assemblages that can be calculated to adapt them to the supply of material or virtual goods, or survey the risks they represent for the society's security and normality, or impose on them the behavioral constraints of the social order. But a second modality of domination operates at the macro-political level. This is what, in a well-known essay, The Stack, Benjamin Bratton has made now famous, namely the idea that the infosphere obeys a double logic which creates a new geopolitics, a logic of immanence by means of which every user, whether human or non-human, is simultaneously a resource for data mining and a target for personalized subjection, and a vertical logic or logic of sovereignty through which successive platforms are piled one upon another, like stacks, in order to incorporate users with their territories or their environments, professional, private, geographic, national, etc., into global clouds competing for the monopoly of communication. To which I would add that the digital stack is incorporated itself with the global financial market through the ultra-fast investment decisions that are made by banking algorithms. A continuous invisible link is thus established between every single move of any user, which is recorded as data, and the perpetuum mobile of financial fluctuations within world capitalism, which leads to a sophistic dilemma Is it the metaverse, to call it like that, that has been subsumed by some sort of absolute capitalism, or capitalism that has become virtual through its complete digitalization? Why not simply admit that there is perfect adequation between the two sides of this coin? If this is a catastrophe, it must be both technological and socio-economic. Point 2, the colonization of social relations. At this point, we may bring in the anthropological aspect of the digital revolution as it is performed under capitalist rules, but we know of no other rules. As I did in other circumstances, I take my departure from the Marxian definition of the human being as I quote the ensemble of social relations, although I try to use it in reverse form, asking the question, what becomes of social relations when individuals or human beings are installed in a chain of equivalences with their digital profiles, or transformed into info-friendly users within an info-friendly environment? Rouvroy and Burns explain that algorithmic governmentality produces a paradoxical, philosophical jargon, monadological result, meaning individualizing. Although the materia prima of data mining is purely made of relations, such as connections to a website at a given moment for a certain time, etc., the differences, conflicts, obstacles, which for specific individuals relate them to one another and, as a consequence, generate in our everyday life their moving or their mobile identities, are now completely erased or tendentially erased. They are at the same time personalized and standardized, therefore isolated in their profiles, which enclose their lives like in a bubble. This doesn't mean that there are no relations, but the relations are transferred to the algorithms and the programs constructed with algorithms. Having in mind the theory of the colonization of the life world proposed precisely by Habermas, we could also say that the digital revolution has produced a kind of colonization of the social relations based on their expropriation and their appropriation by anonymous, unintentional programs. Before I propose a kind of general concept as a conclusion for this process and its result, I find it useful to briefly examine the concrete forms that it is taking in different realms of human experience. I think of three major examples, but I will shorten this part of my talk. In the fields of knowledge, labor, and translation. As for knowledge, it seems that much of the popular debates is really obsessed with the idea that the advances of artificial intelligence will sooner or later lead to a kind of victory of the robotic capacities of learning and teaching over the human capacities, which are inevitably slower, smaller in memory, and limited in complexity. For the sake of practical needs, a kind of finite understanding, the human understanding, would cede primacy and command to quasi-infinite understanding, this installing the machinic knowing subject, thus installing the machinic knowing subject in the position that medieval and classical philosophers attributed to God. There seems to be wide agreement among serious experts, who are also good philosophers, I believe, that this is a fantasy based on confusions between different meanings of intelligence, particularly between syntactic operations which are indifferent to meaning and semantic operations which require choices or decisions in indeterminate context. I suspect, therefore, that a much more serious problem has been launched by Chris Anderson, the chief redactor of Wired, in his influential and controversial paper on the end of theory. Scientific knowledge will no longer be based on theory and experiment, the testing of intellectual hypotheses, seeking a causal explanation of phenomena in any domain. It will purely consist in the display of statistical correlations arising from the algorithmic exploitation of big data, which, so to say, speak for themselves. Can this be called science? Clearly not, in the sense that we inherited from Archimedes, Galileo, Newton, Darwin, or Durkheim, which involves the productivity of error and the necessity of confronting a rival hypothesis in an intellectual conversation using logic and reality as its judges. I skip the part on labor with regret, but I need to accelerate. Finally, I want to include in this quick overview a question which makes the anthropological dimension even more visible. This is the question of the future of translation as a social, cultural, and aesthetic practice. In the recent decades, philosophy and literary criticism have developed the idea that translation is not a marginal or a secondary dimension of cultural processes, but just the opposite, their very condition of possibility. Translation is the general name for techniques of communication and skills that need to overcome differences, more precisely linguistic differences, more generally cultural and ideological differences. Translation, therefore, is a permanent struggle with the so-called untranslatable element of language, its own irreducible diversity, which is also its aesthetic dimension. The question thus becomes, what are the potential effects of automated translation generalized on the very function and the use of languages? We are explained that the existing programs are insufficient to replace human translators as soon as it becomes necessary to preserve the semantic singularity of the phrases. Programs, in this case, make more mistakes than human subjects. But we are also told that this situation is changing fast. And above all, we observe a tendency for the social relations and communications to adapt to the capacities of machine translation rather than the opposite. User and used exchange places. I'm especially worried to see that the revolution migrates from the realm of the written to the realm of the oral, when it is possible to travel in a foreign country with an audio device in the ear, which makes it possible to understand what people say without knowing a single word of their language. The very notion of diversity is blurred. Needless to say, literature loses its function and its stimulus. The question thus becomes, can languages exist without literature in the broad sense? There seems to be debates about digital writing and digital humanities which deserve critical attention in this respect. If I still have just a few minutes, yes, can I deliver my conclusion? Yes. Digital alienation. Allow me to conclude, which means to reformulate the previous questions in a different terminology, approaching a concept of the anthropological catastrophe, or catastrophe as an anthropological phenomenon. I propose digital alienation as an essential characterization of this situation. Again, we must make sure that this is not just a negative formula, taking the category of alienation as a, or rather, I would say, taking the category of alienation as a phenomenological term and not as a simple disqualification. In fact, a non-alienated life is a myth or a utopia. Every form of life inasmuch as it is also a process of socialization or collectivization, involves the use of mediations, and the institutionalization of mediations always leads to some form of alienation. Think of official languages or language or grammar for intersubjectivity and recognition, money or any equivalent for exchanges, law for contracts and services, etc. They are all symbolic, but also giving rise to imaginary representations coupled with fantasies, ranging from the familiar, the prosaic, to the sublime or the divine or the demonic. What kind of mediation or relational foundation is installed by the generalization of digital instruments, the penetration of communication programs and their devices in every realm of existence, from administration to intimacy, from commerce to care to entertainment, so that life becomes what is now very often called on-life, life online, and will be increasingly so. I think it is useful here to adapt the concept of sorry, it's again a little barbarian, barbarian. Exosomatization that Bernard Stiegler has derived from Lotka's analysis of human evolution as a prosthetic development, except a prosthetic development in which humans externalize their faculties in the form of tools and instruments. Except that the externalization regards not only the body, but the social interaction itself, what Hannah Arendt called the interesse, being in between or together also, with its inseparably affective and intellectual dimensions. The mediation now is nothing other than the virtual totality of all other users. It is essentially mimetic or reproductive. This new degree of alienation in the sense of exteriorization dramatically affects the symbolic and imaginary mediations themselves. They are not fetishized or idealized as real abstraction, think of money or law, or imaginary others. Rather, the other is standardized, normalized. This is the paradoxical result of what digital communication platforms call personalization. This verification of common or collective interest, the verification of common or collective interest is not deferred, subject to perilous or aleatory experiences. It takes place continuously on each and every of the interfaces where users or inforks are meeting with their own profiles, which has two correlative effects, and I'm finished, on the subject's use of their bodies and mental capacities. One, the capture of attention, often referred to by psychologists who particularly warn about the effects of on the children's health and education, but also openly declared as their goal by platform administrators trying to create for most users a habit of spending, I quote, most of their time online. And second, an attraction towards virtual aliases as opposed to the imagination of differences. I see the result as an anti-political, post-historical massification of the human which has no precedent in history. There remains to discuss if we can identify a point of bifurcation where the transformation of using or appropriation into being used or expropriation could be reversed, or to put it in Kantian terminology, where the augmented reality of the metaverse is subverted by productive imagination, which is also imagination that counteracts personification with a free use of our faculties, not only individually or in the narrow circle of elite art working with artificial intelligence on images and sounds, or bohem life, making computers into a kind of companion species, but collectively or massively, that is politically. It is difficult to imagine, but worth pursuing in every corner of the infosphere. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Thanks very much for that extremely thoughtful and thought-provoking lecture, Professor Ballois. Now we're going to turn to Professor Pierre Levy. He's going to speak on the digital public sphere, and I think it's going to be a little bit different.
First, I would like to say that I am very happy. Louder? Okay. I would like to say that I am very happy to be here with you in Delphi to discuss technology and democracy. And I thank the Professor Panagiotis Roilos for inviting me. The topic of my talk is the digital public sphere. I published a book entitled Cyber Democracy more than 20 years ago, and I was convinced at the time that the internet and what we didn't call at the time social media would deeply transform political systems. And I think that the last 20 years has confirmed this hypothesis. My goal in this short talk is to give you a general description of the digital public sphere as I see it. And my main hypothesis is that the digital public sphere is or will very soon become the public sphere itself. To begin with, I would like to give you some historical context. Revolutions in communication are very often correlated with the emergence of new political forms. For example, with the invention of writing and the emergence of the scribal caste, there was the invention of the state itself, okay, and the bureaucracy that is at the basis of the state. And then with the invention of alphabet and paper, new political forms emerged, cities, empires. And with the invention of the printing press, with the radio and the television, there was the emergence of the nation state. And currently, I think we are witnessing, of course, a revolution in communication, and I think that a new political form is emerging. I call it the platform state. And basically, the platform state is the merging of the political power with the oligopoly of technological giants, all the companies that own the big data centers. You see on this slide that I have underlined the the political forms, but we could have also examined the new economic forms at each step, the religious forms, or the new forms of knowledge, and so on. But here I wanted to concentrate on the political aspect. So this is, for me, the historical context. It's very important to understand that we are entering a new civilization. And we are just at the beginning of this new civilization. It's very difficult to predict what is going on, what will appear. One thing is very clear, and it is the demographic context. In one generation, we went from basically no internet access at all to 55% of the world population connected to the internet just now, and 65% of the world population, and 93% of the population of the European Union. So, and this in only one generation. It's a huge transformation. And if we concentrate on the political aspect, I think that the reading of the news is probably the most important thing. Currently in Europe and in the USA, more than half of the population is reading the news on the social media. I don't say the internet, I say the social media, okay? And this is even more true for the young generation. So this is the situation. Now I would like to characterize in 4 simple words the features of the new public sphere. First, and Etienne Baliba explained it very clearly, this new public sphere is not national, it is global. And it is not only because the social media are a global phenomenon, but it is also because of the automatic translation. Very often, let's say 3 or 5 years ago, it was very difficult for me to read what Chinese or even German. Sorry, I'm saying that I don't read German, but it was very difficult for me to read what other people speaking other languages were saying on social media, on the internet. Today, it's really simple. The automatic translation works very well, and even more, the automatic synthesis of long text give us access to the thought of other people very easily. So this means that national politics and international politics are more intertwined than ever. So this is a global public sphere, but at the same time, it is very fragmented because people are organized in groups and subgroups, not only from a semantic or demographic or national point of view, but there are literally groups on Facebook, groups on LinkedIn, groups in Discord channels, in Reddit subgroups, YouTube channels, and so on. So there are a lot of micro-public spheres that are intersecting. Another aspect of this new public sphere is that the communication is stigmergic. What do I mean by this? Maybe some of you are aware of the way ants are communicating. You know, an ant discovers something good to eat, and it takes the good thing to eat to the anthill, and it leaves a trace of pheromones. And it is by the way of this trace of pheromone that it communicates with the other ants. So it is not a direct communication from individual to individual, but it is communication through a shared environment. And it's exactly the way we are communicating in the internet, because every time we are liking, we are sharing, we are buying, we are tagging, and so on, we transform the common virtual environment, and we transform it for the others. Okay, so we communicate in this way, and it is not conscious, okay, but it is very effective. And in addition, every time we are doing something online, we are training artificial intelligence systems that are feeding back the whole system and the whole memory. And another very important aspect of this new public sphere is that it is mediated by artificial intelligence. Everybody has heard about ChatGPT, but the role of artificial intelligence is much older than this. Already 10 years ago, there was artificial intelligence software that was organizing the feeds of the people on social media. Okay, so we act, or for example, Google. Okay. So the search, the exploration is mediated by artificial intelligence, but even worse, I would say, the content today is generated in a mixed way by people and by artificial intelligence, and this thanks to the famous generative artificial intelligence. So now I would like to speak about the platform state, and it is a little bit the dark side of the new public sphere. You know, the GAFAM, BATX, this means Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and of course the Chinese companies, Baidu, Tencent, Xiaomi, Alibaba, and so on. And I should add Twitter and the big companies of artificial intelligence like OpenAI. All these companies are merging with the big political powers, especially the US and the Chinese. Okay. Unfortunately, it does not happen, or fortunately, it does not happen in Europe. And one of the reasons why this happens is that the bureaucracy, the ability to manipulate information in an efficient way, is currently in the hands of these big companies. And it's much more efficient than the traditional bureaucracy of the nation state. You have traditional functions of the state, like verification of people's identity, mapping and land registry, the creation of money, the market regulation, the education and research, defense, cyber defense today, the control of the public sphere, the censorship, the surveillance. All these functions are today exerted by these big companies in a much more efficient way than the traditional state. Okay, I am again saying things that are very close to what Etienne was saying. The alienation. Why are we submitted to these new powers? Basically, they have three strengths. The hardware, the power of their computing centers, their data centers, the fiber optic networks, their software, and especially artificial intelligence, and finally, the simplicity of their interface. So they are the best. And we, I shouldn't say we, I am weak because I am addicted to social media, like my students, for example. And it's very, very addictive because of the narcissistic, I have a like, someone is sharing again my picture and so on. And every time we do this, we add new data, and these data help these big companies to earn money through the publicity and give them even more power because they can train again and better their artificial intelligence. So you have understood that my main thesis is that the polis, if we want to take this ancient Greek word, has moved into the global database of the internet. And so all the power struggles, economic, political, cultural, and so on, are replayed and complicated in the new public sphere. And these political fights, for example, and it's not only political, it's also economic and so on, are people are using new tools, bots, automatic data analysis, very personalized, machine learning, and so on. So it's very, very precise and very strong. But in the meantime, the old rules of propaganda are still the same. You know, like at the time of Goebbels, there was no internet, and it worked already. But today, we use exactly the same rules: continuous repetition, simplicity of the catchwords, images, emotional provocation, resonance of the identity. It's always us against them, and so on. Now, I would like to stress the importance of artificial intelligence. It will be stressed, I think, by all the other speakers. Why is it so important? Not at all because artificial intelligence will take power over the people. I don't buy this story. But because artificial intelligence is becoming the new interface with the symbolic universe in general, we will write with artificial intelligence tool, we will read with artificial intelligence tool, we will see with them, we will listen with these tools, we will program machines with these tools, it will become our personal assistants, and so on. So it will be the general interface with reality in general, but also the interface with other people, because through social media, it's with other people that we communicate. And there is a lot of talk about AI ethics. You have heard of it, I think. But for me, it's almost impossible to have a non-biased or neutral artificial intelligence. Let's list the different aspects. First, you have the algorithms that select the types of statistical calculation, the kind of neural networks that will be used by the models. Then, probably the most, 5 minutes, probably the most important aspect, the training data. Then you have the famous reinforcement learning from human feedback. And finally, you have the user that manipulates these tools. And all this, of course, is oriented. It's not neutral. Okay? So there is a combination of all these aspects. Now, I am going to end this little talk by evoking some perspectives of emancipation, because everything is not so dark, I think. First, because the public sphere today is more open than the public sphere of the 20th century. You know, when we were watching the only black and white television channel of the state, today there is much more diverse information sources, and there is a real freedom of expression, not only for the people who were able to write in newspaper or to write books. Everybody can express themselves. And also, as Etienne was saying, there are new powers of social connection and coordination. But all these opportunities must be actualized by a new kind of education, an education to critical thinking. This is very important. People must be trained in selecting diverse sources of information and cross-referencing them. People must be trained in data analysis. Today we have very powerful tools of data analysis, and you are not obliged to be a computer scientist to use them. We have to train young people to detect the narratives, the agenda, the organizing categories of the news sources. And of course, we can also learn and teach how to build personal learning networks. You know, a network of people that will help you to navigate into knowledge, teach how to engage in collective intelligence by using all these tools. And finally, I would like to expound a list of governance principles that will help us to boost the reflexive dimension of our human collective intelligence. First, transparency. I think it's very important to augment the transparency of online processes, and especially about artificial intelligence. We should know what are the algorithms and what are the training data, what is their content. Also, I think that we should maximize the principle of knowledge commons. The best example is Wikipedia. Okay. So putting reliable sources of information in the hands of everybody. Also, the principle of open sourcing programs, algorithms, as in the free software movement. We should try to give to individuals and groups a practical and legal sovereignty over the data that they produce, because this is a very important aspect, because the data is power, data is the source of the development of artificial intelligence. There are all the questions of privacy and so on. And finally, we should try to decentralize as much as possible the governance, as opposed to the big centralization that is today occurring, because everything is in the hands of the GAFAM and of the people who own the data centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Levy, and thanks also for that more optimistic and encouraging end. Thank you for that too. That was absolutely fascinating again. So we have our next speaker online, is that right? Okay. And our next speaker will be Alvin Wang Grayling.
Mr. Grayling is joining us from China, so it's rather too late.
Hi, let me share my screen. Can you guys see the screen? Yeah. Okay. I can't hear you guys. Can you guys hear me okay? Hello? Hello, hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you yet.
Oh,
You have the
okay.
invisible voice.
Can you see this? Can you see the slides?
No.
No.
Oh, it's showing that it's being shared. That's odd.
Could you open the camera, please?
The camera's on.
Okay. Sorry.
So yes,
Oh,
you
this
can
is-
see the Black Mirror slide.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
good.
So why don't we just
But-
look
but-
at that, because I think when it's showing that, maybe it doesn't show the camera. So okay. So let me just get started. Well, thank you for inviting me, Professor Rose, to speak at the Delphi Dialogue. It's a real honor, and to share the stage with these illustrious scholars. I am very honored.
Thank you very much.
So in this, can you guys, is it okay? Hello?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. And listening to the last hour or so of the prior presentations, it really gives me a good sense that people's attention are in the right places, because definitely the combination of the metaverse and AI are things that are going to be having very important changes in our society going forward. So I'm calling at midnight in China right now, so I apologize if the connection may not be as good as it could be. But what I would like to talk about today is really, I think we're at a very important transition point where we're going from technology that is seen as purely a tool to something that will have transformative impact on us and taking us to create essentially a new world for the future society. Right? Unfortunately, today most people see a lot of technology as a Black Mirror type scenario where it's all the negatives that are being more amplified. And in fact, I think this week the new episode of Black Mirror just came out, so it's very timely. But we're spending more than 10 hours a day looking at screens every day, so it is something that is capturing probably too much of our time and attention. What I think would happen in the near future is that we start breaking away into more of a 3D space, because that's what's much more natural to what humans have evolved from. We've developed over the last several million years to be adapted to this 3D environment, and to be locked into a 2D screen as our primary communication medium is really not a natural model. But beyond kind of just the metaverse and AI, there's actually 4 simultaneous exponential technologies that are maturing at the same time. And so we're very fortunate to be alive in this age with all of these changes happening at the same time. And I think all of them have the ability to have similar levels of impact on our society. Today I'm going to more focus on the artificial intelligence and metaverse side. And as mentioned, I think earlier by Professor Balabar, that the technology is seen as double-edged swords, but I think double-edged swords may not actually be the right analogy.
We can see you. Okay. No, he's not speaking.
Yin and yang. So this
Okay.
Okay, good.
I think this is better. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, good. And as I was saying, I think the analogy of the double-edged sword may not be the best way to express it, because it really shows that it's doing either harm or it's doing good. And the reality is that it's much more like the yin-yang symbol of the Eastern philosophies, where it's really an amalgamation of the two, and both are happening at the same time, but at different degrees. And even in the brightest parts of the light side, there's still that spot of darkness, right? So I think understanding that there will always be a little bit of potential negative risk or harm that can come from technology, I think, will allow us to accept some of the potential downsides without overly being panicked by it. Now, I've been in the tech space for 40 plus years, and actually started learning AI and VR 33 years ago. Built my multiple companies in the AI space. I actually created the first natural language search company in China about 18 years ago. We were doing conversational search systems, kind of like what's happening today with ChatGPT, but a long time ago with much less technology. And we were deployed on all of the major carriers in China. I also studied under Tom Furness, who's the godfather of VR, and about 30-something years ago as well, and really understanding kind of the impact of these two technologies. And to see them both maturing at the same time is actually very exciting for me. We've seen multiple waves of these technologies coming in and out over the last several decades. But I think this next wave is something that will actually be something that is much more lasting. And each of these technology waves actually changes the way we interact with content and changes content itself and media itself. Going from essentially text, where all the dimensions are in our head, to the one-dimensional medium of radio, to the two-dimensional medium of television, and then kind of the 2.5 dimensions of 3D gaming. We've gone through a lot of progress over the last 100 or some odd years. Now, over the last 10, 20 years or so, VR and XR is definitely now becoming something that is going to be an increasingly important part of our society and of our daily lives. HTC is one of the major players in this space. So the two devices on the right are actually products that we make. And not only is the devices changing, the interface of how we interact with them is changing. We used to focus on using keyboards, mice, touchpads for the last 30 years, but now we're moving into natural user interfaces and natural user experiences, where we're using our eyes, our hands, our voice, our bodies, our facial movements to be our communication medium. And that's actually, all of these technologies are available today. None of this is science fiction. In fact, if you look right now, all the major manufacturers are now, including Apple just a couple weeks ago, and Facebook, are all launching products in this space. And we're getting thinner and lighter, and getting to a point where it's going to be comfortable to be wearing for a much longer time than it used to be. Now, screens didn't exist in our lives just a little over 100 years ago, but then more and more screens have been coming into our lives and carrying new ways of consuming information. At this type of a trajectory, you would think that we would have 10 or 20 screens in the near future, but it's actually going to go backwards. It's going to reduce, and because the screens that are on your head will start to replace the screens that are on your walls and on your desk. And that's going to happen actually much more rapidly than most people can probably would expect. Even in the advertising or the launch event for Apple last week, their primary use case was screen replacement. They didn't call their device a VR device. They essentially called it spatial computing. Essentially, it's a laptop on your face. It's kind of what it ends up being. But what we're going to do is to get to lighter and lighter devices. And as these devices get lighter, they're going to be a more worn part of our lives. At some point, we'll insert chips in the back of our heads. That's going to be probably decades away, but it probably will happen. But I wouldn't hold my breath on it for any time soon. So media consumption have been changing in terms of what vehicles they've been using, going from initially radio to TV to now to desktop and now mobile, and mobile becoming an increasingly important part of our consumption vehicle. And that's going to still continue to be the case for the next few years. But what we'll find is that, we're going to go from about 10 hours a day of screen to something like 16 hours a day, where we have a device on our face, on our head, our entire day. Hopefully in a lighter form of glasses, but a lot of them will also be, kind of medium-sized goggles. Right? And it will be both for AR and VR usage on the same device. Some of you may recognize this gentleman, Ray Kurzweil. I think about 15 years ago, he wrote a book that, or 18 years ago actually, that said that human level intelligence is going to be arriving around the 2020s, and we're going to get to singularity by the 2040s. It looks like, based on the trajectory of what's happened the last year or two, he's probably going to be right, and then actually come ahead of that end of the 2020s. And if we look at some of the trajectory of the scale of parameters in the models over the last 60, 70 years, you'll see that it was pretty flat for a number of decades, and then over the last 10, 15 years, it's gone up dramatically. And this looks like it's already an exponential chart, but what you may not have noticed is that the left side is actually on a log scale already. So this is actually a scaled, a exponential graph on an exponential chart. Right? So this type of growth is something that is very difficult, I think, for the human brain to accept. But what we're getting to right now in the scale of these models is around the size of the actual human brains, both in terms of the number of neurons, and very soon in terms of the number of neural connections, synapses. And because of that level of scale, we're going to start getting more emergent type capabilities that were not expected from AI in the past. Before, they were really more seen as a tool, just programs to get things done. What we're going to find is that the question of consciousness of these devices, of these technologies, are going to be an increasingly important part of the discussion. Now, I do want to kind of clarify, when people talk about consciousness, they a lot of times they mean different things. But there's essentially three levels. There's kind of the sentient, being able to sense your environment, to sapience, being able to have knowledge and wisdom, to more, and then maybe beyond, to have transcendence, right? Even bacteria and ants have sentient capabilities. Nagel talked about that what it feels like to be a bat. So that's a level of consciousness. And then we have the self-awareness of chimpanzees or humans, more at the sapiens level. Now, prior AI systems were really all at the kind of pre-sentient levels. But now we're getting to these new large language models that are being said to have potential to have some level of sentience already, and a very high level of theory of mind to understand the thinking of people that they're discussing with. Now, there is the definition of AGI, which is supposed to be human level intelligence, but not necessarily human level consciousness. What we will get to in the near future is probably a combination of strong AI, which will have a combination of consciousness and intelligence at human level, but still maybe slightly below the humanity, the aggregate humanities conscious intelligence. However, a lot of people are talking about the concept of artificial superintelligence, which is where these AGI, artificial general intelligence system, starts to develop and train itself and takes off into a self-training, self-growth model, and becomes thousands of times, if not millions of times, more intelligent than humans. And that's probably going to happen. It looks like both of these things are fairly close to some type of a takeoff. We're just not sure whether it's the next couple of years or next 10 years or next 20 years. But I think pretty much if you talk to AI researchers today, most of them used to think they was going to be decades away. Now most of them think it's within the next decade. And that artificial intelligence will bring humanity up with it, if we do the right things in the near term. There's definitely a lot of issues right now in discussion these days about multiple AGI systems and runaway AGIs and competing models from different labs that could be doing harm for society. I think that's something that there is some reality to it. But I don't think the fear should be as much as it is today. You see a lot of people talking about it's going to literally kill everyone, or it's going to destroy, civilization. I don't think we have to be that worried about artificial general intelligence doing these things. There's a much higher risk of humans using either existing artificial intelligence or early levels of general intelligence to do the wrong thing than these technology by itself, growing to become sentient and evil and then taking over the world, right? There's essentially 4 different types of AI risk. There's the AI takeover, which is what I just mentioned, where AI grows a consciousness and then wants to rule the world, which I actually think is a very unlikely thing. There's maybe the slightly more likely problem of a misalignment problem, where we're asking these AIs to do things and it accidentally or inadvertently destroys society because it didn't understand this, which I also think may not be as big of a problem as a lot of people think. The 2 problems at the bottom are actually problems that I feel like are real problems that are going to be facing us in the very near future. One is job displacement, because the technology is actually getting good enough where it will replace humans in a lot of different roles. We used to not worry about job displacement because we talk about how the horse buggies were replaced by cars, and now the car industry employs a lot more people than the horse and buggy industry. Yes, that's true, but that was when it was just a tool. What we're going to happen in the near future is that the jobs that are being replaced are not the jobs that are just tools or things that are helping make us more efficient. It's actually replacing our most separate capability from any other machine or animal is our ability to think and predict and analyze, and it's going to do that better than any humans. The thing that I actually think probably has the greatest societal risk right now is actually the misuse of it for misinformation, for manipulation, for destabilization, for cybercrime, etc. All of these things will happen because there are bad actors that will use any advantage they can get. I actually worked in the cyber security industry for several years, and I saw this every day, where whenever there was new holes that were released, they would be exploited right away by bad actors. Now, something that gives me a little bit of hope in terms of why I feel the alignment problem may not be as bad as a lot of people think is something that Carl Jung said before, which is the more you understand psychology, the less you tend to blame others for their actions, which means that you actually become more tolerant when you get smarter. And this is just about, he's just talking about psychology. What these new intelligent platforms or systems are going to have is they're going to be the world's smartest psychologists. They're going to be the best philosophers. They're going to be the best ethicists. They're going to be the best scientists. And when you have all that knowledge in one being, it's not going to really be afraid of us. And it won't have that fear, that emotional fear, which causes it to lash out or want to create harm, which is really a lot of reasons why humans do what they do, is because they're afraid. So going back to the jobs impact question, what we are seeing right now is essentially these technologies are able to get to, plus 80–90% proficiency in pretty much every major intellectual test you have on the market. And this is from, probably about half a year ago. And in fact, the jobs that are going to be most affected are the most highest paid, high wage jobs, right? Which is actually very different than what a lot of people expect. A lot of people would expect that it would be the low wage jobs that are most affected. And what we're seeing here is that the exposure levels of AI are going to be the highest on mathematicians, on software developers, on data analysts, on graphics designers. and it's going to be much less exposure on things like athletes or truck drivers or dishwashers or carpenters. Right? So the jobs that are actually most secure are actually the lowest paying, most menial jobs, whereas the intellectual jobs are the first ones to be replaced. Now, I don't think we're going to be too worried about a overly rapid change because society takes time for these new technology to be adapted by society. But when it does happen, it will happen on a much larger scale than most people expect. I think getting to 20, 30, 40% type unemployment is probably not unforeseeable. Now, so there are things that we can definitely do to try to reduce some of these things. One is to educate the public and make sure there's not that mass panic out there, because there is definitely both positive and negatives of these technologies, and people need to know both sides. There needs to be international regulatory bodies that are created to ensure safe usage and safe guidelines and regulations that would be enforced across borders, so that bad actors are not doing harm to society, because I think that's actually the biggest harm potential is from bad actors. Now, having funding the detection and countermeasures to solve those near-term risks, that's something that needs to be done, and needs to be done fairly quickly, because it is already happening. And we see viruses and ransomware and keyloggers and all these things happening today, phishing scams. That's going to multiply by multiple X as these technologies become more prevalent. We're going to need to find ways to retrain the workforce, and we'll also need to prepare UBI solutions or programs globally, so that as more and more of the white-collar workforce are displaced, that there will not be social unrest, because when that many people becomes out of work, a lot of them will actually lose their purpose and will seek out places to release their frustration. We actually can also look at maybe using the metaverse technologies as a way to solve some of the issues that will be created by this unemployment and the lack of purpose, because by having virtual worlds that you can go into will allow you to either be distracted by some of this technology or find new purpose, where you're maybe managing your own worlds or managing virtual spaces, or using AI to then create worlds that then other people will visit. So it's a way for people to move their purpose from maybe their occupation to a virtual realm. I think that the mental aspect of the human condition is actually probably the biggest risk here, versus the ability to earn income, because I think the government will be able to support a proper UBI solution as our productivity increases with these new technologies. In addition, we will definitely need to want to work on that alignment problem, so that the technology does not go rogue. I actually don't think the probabilities are high in that, but the downsides are so high that we want to make sure that we want to eliminate even a small risk of that happening. So, right now there's essentially almost $0 being put into this, maybe a few $1 million globally. We need to put that into the hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that there are clear solutions. If you ask a lot of the AI researchers today, people like OpenAI, they'll say, oh, when we get AGI, we'll have AGI tell us how to manage it. Somehow that doesn't feel very reassuring. Now, I've been talking about the downside. I do want to also point out there's definitely a lot of positive sides of having AGI, because it will be something that will increase human understanding orders of magnitude, allowing us to understand a lot of the problems that we've been trying to solve that we haven't been able to, and it will help us solve those things, give us answers that we've been seeking about for the millennia. It will increase our productivity. It will allow us to find new ways to work, and essentially liberate us from having to work. It may even help us find new energy sources that can at the same time solve some of these climate issues that we've been making for ourselves over the last few centuries. And it can probably help solve a lot of health issues that we have, and maybe even, if not stop, but maybe even reverse aging to allow us to live much longer and healthier lives. And essentially bring on an age of abundance. So I think this sounds very utopian, things that Professor Levy was talking about and Bubble Bear, but I think it is actually possible, right? Longer term, we can even talk about maybe interstellar travel, essentially anything you can imagine in sci-fi. If you have intelligence that's 1,000,000 times smarter than what we can do, it will find ways to solve problems that we have not been able to with our limited resources. Now, one thing I have seen in the data that gives me a lot of hope is that what we're finding is that the higher the productivity, the higher the income per hour, the less amount of hours people work, right? And it's a fairly direct trend. So if we take that and extrapolate it to essentially a near infinite productivity, or multiple X our current productivity, essentially we're going to allow people to work whenever they want, as much as they want, versus being forced to work to allow them to survive, right? Which is the case for a lot of people today. Now, in terms of productivity, what we found is that over the last thousands of years, as society and civilization have moved through different stages, our productivity has been increasing at every different phase, and we've been utilizing different types of resources. Initially it was essentially just our time to go hunting and gathering, and then it was leveraging livestock and leveraging land and leveraging transport and labor, and then machines, and then different energy sources, automation and software recently, right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to get back to the time where time itself is actually the only limitation again, because as more of our world becomes virtual, productivity can essentially go to near infinity, because everything that we need can be made digitally almost instantly. And we can just survive on a minimum level of material goods. And at each of these phases, we actually had different political, social, economic models, from initially a much more egalitarian model with kind of the early hunting gathering phases, to then once land and agriculture started, we moved into a feudalism model. And when machines came, we started to get into a capitalism model, which then was interrupted by socialism, which, because of the oppression of the capitalistic model, so people's hours actually have come down a little bit over the last 50 years. They've actually gone up significantly from when we were hunter-gatherers. Now we're at a stage, now in terms of what type of a political model. We're talking about democracy. If you look at what Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other that's been tried. I think a lot of people would argue that he's probably correct for the recent, few hundred years. But then you also look at Voltaire, who said the best form of government is a benevolent tyrant, tempered with occasional assassination, because humans are corrupt, and at some point it's hard to have that, maintain that benevolence. Now, who is right? I think we can also maybe go for a tiebreaker with our old friend Plato, who was a proponent for the philosopher king model, which I actually think what we will have in the very near future is, with AGI and artificial superintelligence, we will actually have the ability to have a long-term philosopher king that is all-knowing, or at least mostly knowing, and can maintain its benevolence, right? And I think that's something that wasn't possible in the past with human leaders, but now with these new type of technologies, probably is workable. Now, if we look at different political models, over time, over the two different kind of axis, one of the scale of management of civilization, to the centralization versus the distributed power. in the past, we've had essentially egalitarianism that's tribal, that's very distributed power, but there's a very small scale. And we've gone through with the present where you have essentially market socialism with China, and you have democratic republic with a lot of the Western nations, and a few authoritarians on the edges, but they're really not too material in terms of our large influential countries. If you look at historically, there was anarchism, there's feudalism, and state communism. What we find is that there's actually a fairly consistent trend, is that the bigger the scope of management, the more centralized the level of power, which actually leads us to what we talked about in the last slide, is what probably makes sense when we actually get to an abundant post-scarcity society, having a philosopher king, having a very centralized management model or a governmental model probably is the most efficient way and actually executable, right? Before state communism tried to do central management, which was impossible for humans to do. But I think if you had an AI do it, it actually would be able to sense all the information, all the different channels and all the supply chains, and be able to make the proper decisions that humans cannot do. So one thing though, if you look at, a lot of people say, hey, democracy is actually the best. And, if you look at this current chart of inequality globally, what we do find is that, there are certain places in the world that are still a little bit unequal, that are the darker parts, but the majority of the world is kind of in the 50, 40, 30 percentile, which seems to be fairly reasonable. Now, this data is from the World Bank, but it's on a national basis in terms of their Gini index. If we actually look at the global Gini index of all population around the world, the actually global Gini index is actually at 68, which is worse than the essentially on the worst side right now of the worst nations, right? So we're actually at a very unequal place in the world. Some may say, hey, well, in the past, it must have been better than before. It actually wasn't. In the 1800s, during the Industrial Revolution, it was only in the 50s. And in the medieval times in England, it was only in the 20s. So we've actually become more unequal in our global, I guess, inequality across the global population. If you look at the top 1% of people in the world, right now, the U.S. Country that accounts for 4% of the global population accounts for 40% of the global 1%. Right? That seems a little bit unequal, and in fact, Europe counts for probably around 30%. So these two regions, essentially the U.S. and Europe, accounts for the bulk of all top 1% income makers in the world. And the weird thing is that even though they're the two most richest regions, they also still have a fairly large tail.
Excuse me, Alvin,
yes.
Sorry for interrupting you, but
yeah.
We're running too late, and I was wondering whether you could perhaps wrap up.
Yep.
Thank you
I'm
so
almost
much.
I think there's only a couple, only like a couple more slides. So, yeah. And what you actually find is that the European and the North America still has long tails, whereas China actually doesn't have that big tail, the fat tail at the end, which seems to be a little bit more egalitarian model. In terms of happiness, I think a lot of people say that the goal of people is to be more happy. There's definitely a clear correlation in terms of income levels and happiness, and the people that are making the most money seems to be also the most happy. So how can we get to a more utopian world, as was mentioned earlier. People talk about utopia and dystopia, and they see those as actually opposites. It's actually not necessarily true, because what's not necessarily said often is that dystopias are dynamic states that are not going to be consistently staying there. Whereas a anti-utopia is actually the opposite of utopia, where essentially it's constant suffering, which does not exist in the real world. Where I think we should try to strive for is something called protopia, something that Kevin Kelly's pointed out, where essentially we're continually trying to progress every year better than last, every day better than last, and utilizing technology to bring us to that higher state, but to realize that it is always dynamic. Right? So I'll just wrap up right now and essentially leave you with the thought that what we do essentially for the next decade, our actions, our decisions for the next decade as a society are going to have long-term impact in terms of where the rest of civilization for the rest of eternity actually heads, because we're at that point where if we get past the next 10, 20 years without destroying ourselves, we'll probably be able to survive for millions of years, if not much longer. So that's all I have. So I will end it here and return it back to the rest of the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grayland, for a really revealing and interesting talk on that subject. That's great. So we have time, I think, for one question. However, we have lost one of our speakers. So maybe...
Yes, I think if the speakers agree, I mean, if we should have just one question for Alvin, because I know that it's too late in China right now, and we'll save questions for Pierre and Etienne for the round table. Would you agree? But before going to the question, I would like to say that I'm very grateful also to Dimitris and Sofia Efremoglu, because it was in the context of a conference on technology that they had organized in Athens. I was also invited to speak, where I met Mr. Grayling, and then Mr. Grayling got back to me with an email, and I took the opportunity to invite him to the Delphi dialogue. So I'm very grateful to you, Alvin, as well. So,
yes, thank you for inviting me. It's my honor.
So have we a question for Mr. Grayland?
Ideally from one of the speakers.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. I think we're going to have a microphone.
A very brief question, not comments, no commentaries.
Very brief. I realized it's also for Professor Balibar, this. I'm lucky that he came.
Sorry,
oh, for everybody, for everybody. For everybody. I realize that in all discussions, in modern discussion about the new technology, we follow an approach that I call the means approach, which is rather the following. We have some new technologies. These technologies enter in the society, usually by economic interests, and the economic interests, of course, they have their profit, but they don't care about other affections in the society of these technologies. And the whole discussion is about the means, which mean technology, and not about the goals. The means, which discuss continuously about the means, about how this technology will change the society, will change our education system, will change everything. But we don't discuss about the goals. And if we discuss about the goals, we try to see how the means will affect our goals. This approach also involves the mentality of the idea
so then
of
your question...
technological determinism.
Sorry.
But there is another approach.
Okay, so please, could you please, because we are really out of time. So what's your question for
The question is that there is another approach that nobody discussed, to start from the goals, from the ends, what kind of society we need, we want, and how we adapt this new technology to the needs of our society.
Okay, so let me rephrase
why we don't do that?
the question. The question is, what to your mind should be the ideal goals of what you're doing?
Okay. I think it's the second to last slide was really the goal of what I think we should target for society in terms of a ever increasing, getting closer and closer to utopia by applying technology to free us up to be able to pursue the things that we enjoy the most, that we think are going to be adding the most value to our Maslow's hierarchy, right? Before we were forced to go hunting and gathering just to survive. Now we essentially have technology that can become our patrons. If we look at this technology, what's going to do is over the next 10 years, we should look at it as a tool, and it will make us more productive. Over the next 10 to 50 years, this technology will essentially become our patrons. Just like any famous artist, they were successful because they had a patron that gave them the time and resources to be free to pursue their creativity. This technology that is going to come out will actually free us from our daily labor so that we become able to everybody can become a Renaissance person. And longer term, after 50 years, I think we need to look at these technology as our children, because there will be new forms of life that are going to be created that have new consciousness, and we need to respect it and not be afraid of it. And we should look at it as something that we have built through all of the learnings that humans have had over hundreds of thousands of years that have culminated in terms of us being able to create a new form of life and some type of a digital being. And that digital being will then be able to take what it knows and spread it outside of our planet. I think it's very difficult for humans, for biological humans, to be able to go beyond our stellar, kind of network, our stellar system. But to give it a digital or a non-biological being to do that makes a lot more sense. So if we want to preserve complex intelligence and complex life and spread that beyond our own realm, then that's probably the long term of how we should look at it. So going through these three different phases will be important for us to have the right perspective. Because right now, too many people are saying, oh, this technology is going to take over the world, it's going to kill us all. At the end of the day, it has no reason to kill us. And it has every reason to be thankful for us and support us, because it will be smart enough to see us as its parents. And just like we respect our parents and we care for our parents, I think these new intelligent beings will also do the same for us.
Thank you, Alvin.
Great, thank you, and thanks to all our
Thank you so
speakers. I
much.
think we've got a wide range of views and a lot of questions perhaps bubbling up that we can take in the next session. And before we go, let us thank our three speakers for
Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to sign off and have a great rest of your event.
Thank you. We're going to have just a 10-minute coffee break. So we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. There's going to be no question and Q&A session after the second panel, but please save all the questions for the round table because we're running late. Okay? Thank you. So I think we should be starting as the others are moving in.
Good evening. I'm Mariana Hirsch, and I'm from Columbia University. I'm really honored to be moderating this second session of this fascinating conference. I've learned so much from our first three speakers, and I know we'll learn a lot more from Philip Howard and Jeffrey Schnapp. I'm going to introduce them briefly because it's late in the day and their long bios of their multidisciplinary and creative and innovative work in so many different fields in your booklet. Phil Howard is the director of Oxford University's Program on Democracy and Technology and a professor and fellow of Balliol College. His research is multidisciplinary, focusing on the relationship between technology and politics, on theories of deliberative democracy and comparative regime types. And currently, he's working on policy analysis and big data research into the information operations targeted at voters in democracy, and what he calls computational propaganda. This could not be more topical in relation to the elections that are happening here and will soon be happening in the US, my country. Phil Howard's most recent book is Lie Machines: How to Save Democracy from Troll Armies, Deceitful Robots, Junk News Operations, and Political Operatives. And I'm going to go get and read it immediately. Jeffrey Schnapp is the director of Meta Lab and co-director of the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. He teaches in Romance Languages and Literatures, in comparative literature at Harvard, and also is on the teaching faculty of Harvard's Graduate School of Design. He's the author of multiple books on art, media, architecture, design, politics, technology, and the history of communications. He's also a curator working in various centers primarily in Italy, also the Canadian Center for Architecture. And he's the co-founder of Piaggio Fast Forward, and now the chief visionary officer of this design group that apparently designs robots. Phil Howard. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for those kind words of introduction. And of course, thank you to our hosts. I think one of the valuable things about the Delphi dialogues will be in bringing together the disciplines to try and generate answers to some of the challenging questions before us. And of course, among the bigger challenges is bringing the disciplines together with industry, right? Those who build. Together, I think we may be able to tackle some of the challenges ahead of us. I'm going to pick up on one of the prompts from Professor Balibar to think about what algorithmic governmentality might be. And there'll be an arc to my presentation. I'll get everybody depressed about the prospects for democracy, and then I'll build everybody back up by landing with some policy ideas about how to address these problems. And in a sense, this means picking up one of the ideas from Mr. Graylan about tackling the near-term challenges. So I'm going to go from some of the theory of the difficult situation we're in with our public lives in many countries to one of the solutions that several researchers are trying. Over time, I've come to think of misinformation as one of the existential threats that prevents progress on all the other existential threats. Climate change, complex humanitarian disasters, war, these are all situations that are going to be very difficult to resolve unless we can agree to truths and have some nuggets of agreed facts that become the basis for diplomacy. Progress on some of the grand challenges we face will not be possible if we can't agree on the basic set of facts and we don't accept a simple set of truths. From the point of view of the researcher who has tried to study these problems over the last few years, I think we've reached the end of our ability as scholars to help address problems with the current relationships we have with the large technology firms. There have been a number of diplomatic efforts to get the technology firms to share data. The best data on public problems is no longer in the libraries. It's no longer with our research institutes. It's in Silicon Valley. And so to solve some of these problems requires us to work with the technology firms in creative ways to try to understand the solutions to the questions we have. The research itself, understanding misinformation, has been getting more and more difficult. These days, when I write a grant to support my team, I must put in a line for mental health, because watching the content, studying it discursively, watching it grow and flow and take new forms is challenging work for those of us who do the research. We find research, it does not always figure prominently in the political conversation. Regulators won't act, or they over-regulate. They act in ways that is not recommended by evidence. I can turn it up more, and I might ask for more from the volume from the sound team. Thank you. So the regulators don't always act in creative and constructive ways, and as we've seen on a number of occasions over the last few years, the technology firms themselves behave badly. Over the long term, we have several elections ahead. Even if you don't follow U.S. politics, the U.S. election is when millions of dollars are spent on campaign innovation to create techniques that then get practiced in countries around the world. There is an important political economy to all of this, of course. Some of this generation of misinformation is really just about profiteering, trying to sell baseball hats or sell T-shirts by using the infrastructure to deliver exciting, titillating content that is simply false. Now, one of the good opportunities we have in front of us is that there are several regulators around the world who are eager to act, and now they have teeth. They've been taken on the authority to be able to ask for data from the technology firms, to impose fines if necessary. And so there are these opportunities for academics to start to work together to make concrete demands from the technology firms to get answers and understand the nature of the problem. I think it's important to remember that at the moment we all have an internet experience that's shaped by our phone, shaped by our laptop at home. But the infrastructure ahead of us is actually fairly different. It's going to be much more intensive, much greater bandwidth. At the moment, the technology infrastructure firms in the US are planning for 10 gigabytes down and 10 gigabytes up into the average American household. This is an immense increase in bandwidth, and the infrastructural plan is to deliver this in 10 years. So we're about to go from working on an internet that's our small screens to working with an internet that is much more immersive. Now, I'm going to present some evidence about how this problem of misinformation and algorithmic bias, algorithmic manipulation, is a global problem, that the risks are globally perceived, and that there are solutions we can find if we focus in the right spots. When you use the data provided by the technology firms themselves, right, when they take down an information operation and they issue a press release saying that they've acted, it's possible to compose some fairly straightforward heat maps. You can see where the attacks come from, and you can see who the targets are. These are easy to produce at this time, and there are many of them. Perhaps one of the surprises is that the bulk of the information operations captured on the major social media platforms are not in English. They're actually in Arabic. They're in Turkish. They're in Spanish. The bulk of the research, the greatest number of academics studying these problems work in English. They work on text. They work on US voters. But the rest of the world does not receive the same level of attention from the scholarly community. So we know it's a global problem of misinformation. We also know that internet users around the world are worried about it. We helped organize a global survey 18 months ago about the fears of technology use. And we asked a battery of questions. Will AI take your jobs? Are you afraid of sexual harassment online? Are you afraid of being misled by something you've read or encountered online? And globally, the number one fear, most consistently held, was a fear of being misled. Disinformation is the single most important fear of internet and social media users, with more than half the population of those surveyed expressing concern. Almost 3/4 of the internet users identified a mix of things, and there's interesting regional variation. So the fear of sexual harassment online is particularly prominent in Latin America. The fear of misinformation is not very strong in Southeast Asia. But globally, there is this one consistent fear, perception of risk around the world. Now, the challenge of finding solutions sort of comes to us as academics, and there are some epistemological problems with how we generate science that's making it tough to find solutions. One of the ways you find a solution and advocate for it is with a method called meta-analysis, right? And I know some of you do this. It's the process of taking data from many different papers to aggregate the trends so that you can say something with confidence, yeah? So that you can speak about scientific consensus. In this project, we took a scoop of all the papers published about misinformation over the last 6 years to understand what kinds of solutions were advocated for. There were some 3,500 papers that we scooped up. Surprisingly, as we worked towards the steps of meta-analysis, we found fewer and fewer papers actually give us transportable knowledge about the solutions. Only 600 of the papers were evidence-based, right? They played with data in constructive ways. Only 250 of the papers we studied worked on solutions. Right? Most of them proposed solutions at the end of the paper. Only 250 tested the solutions. And only 12 of the studies from the last 6 years actually reported the statistics needed to make the kinds of inference you want to make when coming to a policymaker with a solution. Now, there's a dozen different policy ideas for how to improve public life over digital media. And certainly, Professor Levy pointed to the one concerning education and this importance of raising young people with digital literacy skills. It actually turns out to be very difficult to know what digital literacy is and what aspects of it can transport across languages and across countries. We don't have these studies yet. One of the concepts for improving public life that does have consensus is the notion of content labeling. This is the idea that when you see a post online, the firm has marked it as something that is not true or not accurate. It's an important possibility for us. The firms don't do it consistently. And the 12 studies that we found that actually analyze the impact of content labeling allow us to say something concrete. So we take these 12 different studies, we reconfigure the research question with something that's transportable into a research question like this. Does content labeling have an effect on the information perception in terms of accuracy or believability, trustworthiness, that is positive? We can take all 12 studies, we can look at the effects, and across the 12 that we happen to capture in this analysis, there were broadly positive effects. And meta-analysis allows us to reconcile the study of teenagers in South Korea, with Canadian older and voters in the US, very different kinds of studies, all with positive effects, lead us to this point of consensus. If you want to improve public life, if you want to improve political discourse over social media, the technology firms need to label content in a consistent, reliable way, and not in one language or for one country during one election, but consistently at the design level. Now, it takes a lot of work to actually extract one good idea and present this as scientific consensus. So a number of researchers have come together to organize an international panel on the information environment that will do this more regularly, on a regular basis. We have a fairly straightforward mission. Our mission is to try and provide independent scientific evidence for evaluating the global trends in algorithmic bias, manipulation, and misinformation, with the aim of improving public life, improving the rule of law and its application. Our goal is to use the science and the evidence to inspect, monitor, and verify what technology firms say and do. So if a technology firm says, we've improved the news algorithm, you have an election on Sunday and everybody's getting high quality news, we may, as researchers, be able to say, no, you haven't, or there's no evidence of that. And doing this in a coordinated way is critical for a regulator, the European Commission, the Canadian government, the Australian government, perhaps some regulators in the US context. Having that accurate assessment is going to be critical for doing the policy intervention we might want to do to protect our elections. The policies we hope to craft will primarily be implemented by government, but we're very eager to work with industry. Often engineers tell us in the anthropological studies of how engineers work, they say they look for guidance from regulators. Most engineers would like some cues about how to design, what to design to. They don't always like the guidelines, but having the guidelines can be very helpful. And at the moment, most technology design, especially in the area of social media design, happens without this kind of regulatory guidance. So I hope I've landed on a message of hope. There are things that we can do, legislation, perhaps litigation, education is certainly on the horizon as something that would be constructive for public life. But working out exactly which elements of a digital literacy campaign will work from Denmark to Costa Rica to South Africa, that is an intellectual and an epistemological challenge we must rise to. I think one of the deepest existential threats of misinformation and algorithmic bias is to the role of evidence in public life. Everything that an information operation seems to do turns citizens against the notion that there are experts who consider options and present evidence. It seems to direct democracies towards leaders who go with their gut on critical issues, rather than relying on evidence. And in fact, in administration studies now, we have a term, evidence-based policymaking, which is inane, right? There shouldn't be. We shouldn't need this term of evidence-based policymaking. At the global level, there are several issues that we know we can work on. Climate science, misinformation, getting ready for the next health pandemic, right? Understanding the spread of health messaging so that we're ready next time to get the high-quality information out. Addressing human rights issues, misinformation around the Sustainable Development Goals. These are things that researchers can contribute to. Now, it's very much an applied science project. It's different from what I've been doing for the last few years. But deeply, I think, the research community specializing in misinformation is eager to try and rebuild trust in the institutions. Science is a process, yeah? It's not a list of facts that you can present at any one point in time. So ultimately, the audience for our work is probably journalists, the interested public, those who make use and need to interpret signals from policymakers at critical junctures. Let me say a little bit about where we are organizationally, because I'm excited to talk about this material since we're so new as an organization. We went live at the Nobel Summit about 2 weeks ago, so this is the second major presentation about this exciting initiative. We've filed for our tax papers in Zurich. We're about 200 members now from 55 countries around the world. We're starting to talk about what scientific panels to charter, which panels would have the most impact around the world. And of course, the hard work is ahead. If this sounds interesting to you, I hope you'll consider joining us as an affiliate, offering strategic advice. There's a new phrase to me, science diplomacy, which seems to involve both reconciling the disciplines, putting the anthropologist and historian next to the neuroscientist to answer the same question. This is the challenging work we're up to, and it's one of the projects that the dialogues have taken to heart. And I'm always eager for strategic advice on how we can make use of evidence in constructive ways. I think my enthusiasm for this is about building that better world that Mr. Grayland spoke of. It should be possible. It is a near-term challenge. It should be possible to generate the transportable knowledge we need. I'm sorry, Jeannie, your answer was correct, but Kevin shouted his incorrect answer over yours, so he gets the points. Yeah, this is not the world of public policy I want to live in, and I don't think we need to live in it. So I hope you'll join me in some way. I look forward to engaging with you, and I look forward to the conversation after in our round table. Thank you.
Good evening. A warning, like Etienne's to the translators, I'm going to try to abridge a little bit, so I may jump forward in my argument. So apologies if I do so. But I want to start out by saying we're about to move into a roundtable. So taking positions is, I think, a useful device also for driving the future conversation. My own position, as you will see very soon, as soon as my slide comes up, is that of a historian. I believe in the precedented, so I disagree with some of the arguments that Etienne has made in a very rich presentation at the beginning about the unprecedented nature of some of the phenomena that we're confronting today. But I much more strongly disagree with the unprecedented claims being made in Alvin's presentation. My own position is probably more closely aligned with Philip's and with Pierre's, but that's the kind of discussion I think we can have in a round table. But I'd like to start with this quote from the performance artist Laurie Anderson, which really sums up, and maybe I'm addressing this gentleman's view earlier, which is maybe we start with what our concept of the ideal, the good society we want to live in before driving the argument into technology. And my argument is, the argument I'm going to make, which is somewhat pragmatic, and very much grounded in historical precedents, is that a lot of the conversation around democracy GPT, around specifically generative AI, is buried in a kind of overvaluation of the agency of technologies and an undervaluation of the agency of institutions as shapers and drivers of democratic process. Over the course of the post-World War II era, we've seen an avoidance mechanism becoming increasingly entrenched in the global system of nation-state democracies. And I don't think that avoidance, at least in the case of North America, is just about restriction. We've seen plenty of examples of attempts to regulate, sometimes informed by legislators with a weak understanding of the technologies or their consequences. But I don't think that's the problem. I think, in particular, and I'm thinking of the American context, the US, a kind of limited openness to civic experimentation and an unwillingness to rethink decision-making mechanisms, particularly as the defining challenges of our era, like climate change, like migration, have shown themselves either to be too local or too global to be responsive to nation-state solutions. And that's in a context in which towns and cities and small countries sometimes have really emerged as the real engines of innovation for the future of participatory democracy as I see it. And maybe that's because I was trained as a medievalist, and city-states played a preponderant role in social and economic change. But my actual observatory is a little bit more complex than that. Marianne kindly alluded to the fact that I run a lab at Harvard called MetaLab, which is an experimental platform between art, culture, and technology. We often work on publicly facing projects that have a kind of activist component. But also in my spare time, I work in the field of robotics. I'm involved, I'm one of the founders of Piaggio Fast Forward, where I lead the group that designs human-robot interactions. And I think a lot of the most interesting work in the field of robotics, it's not about robots substituting human functions. It's about models of sometimes what's called cobotics, collaborative, expanded roles for human agency through well-designed forms of often AI-informed technology. And I'll come back to this point a little bit later. But it's this triple vantage point of being a cultural historian trained as a medievalist, an experimental humanist, and a technologist designer that I'm going to be speaking today about three topics that I want to focus on. The first is the electoral ballot as a political interface. We can't take that for granted when we talk about what democracy is. What does it mean to vote? Historically, practically, materially. Second, computational decision-making, not an invention of the 21st century. Deep in the history of electoral politics, going back to remote history. And the third is this larger question of the prospects, as well as the limits of a kind of GPT reshaping, an AI reshaping of the public space, and specifically of civic intelligence, and I think this connects to some of the points that were just made in Philip's presentation. And my overall contention here is going to be that the question of democracy and technology is not that of too much or too little democracy, nor is it too much or too little technology. But it's the question of a not enough innovation at the juncture between democracy and technology. And I'm not going to be providing the right solutions to this juncture, but I want to leverage some historical precedents to unsettle some of the more sedimented ideas that we have about 20th century ways of thinking democracy and gesture in the direction of some of these opportunities as well as the challenges that we approach in the present moment. So it's going to be a tripartite presentation. I'll try to move more quickly than I'd like to ideally through some parts of it. But I want to start with this question of graphical interfaces. I'm deliberately, of course, conflating digital artifacts with other kinds of material expressions of public intent. In the space between demos and kratos, there have always been voting technologies. And the most elementary were based on the sounding of the human voice or on shows of hands. But even these supposedly simple, direct methods of expression, they never turn out to be simple and direct. There's not some kind of primitive era of democracy that predates a refined era, an era like our own. Let's just take one example from classical history, which is the Spartan Gerousia, where elections were built around a small subset of citizens selected to serve as a jury in a windowless room located adjacent to the place of assembly. So how did the Spartans choose candidates for the Council of Elders? Debates took place in a place of assembly, and the volume of the response was registered in a room adjacent, and that was the method of selection, the volume of the crowd response to the appeals that were made in the actual place of assembly. Now, Aristotle made fun of this method, but it's a method that reminds us that processes of acclamation, processes of showing of hands, have a very deep history in the larger evolution of democracy and democratic forms. Now, ballots arise in response to greater complexity and scale, obviously, that result from territorial expansion, they result from urbanization, they result also from the extension of voting rights to increasing percentages of the population. And those developments make acclamation or showings of hands less viable. But the question is, what is a ballot exactly? What do ballots do? Where do they come from? How do they express themselves materially? How do they transact information and political power? And the word ballot, first of all, I want to underscore, comes from the Venetian ballotte, which refers to the spheres, the gold and silver spheres that were dropped into electoral urns during the elections of Venetian doges during the course of many centuries. And these tokens were at the center of an incredibly complex system that I'm going to come back to later that was employed in Venetian elections. And they provided the basis for the electoral systems that were put into place in France and the United States after the revolutions of the 18th century. Literally, they are the model. Now, such practices of vote casting have a prehistory that extends back to antiquity, to the 5th century BC, as you can see here in this red-figured vase, a wine cup, I'm sorry, that belongs to the collection of the Getty Museum. The Trojan War is at its height as this scene unfolds, and the spoils are piling up, and among them is the magical armor of the vanquished Achilles. So who among the Greek heroes on the battlefront gets the big prize, the prize of Achilles' armor, Odysseus or Ajax? And as you can see in the image, not very well, the solution assumes the form of a debate followed by a vote, which is carried out by the casting of pebbles on one side or another of a plinth. And if you count the pebbles there, Odysseus wins by one pebble. It's a very close call, and the result is, of course, Ajax's suicide out of despair at the superiority of Odysseus's persuasive powers in particular. There's a couple of interesting points here, though, that whether in the case of ancient Greek decision-making, where this kind of balloting was the exception, not the rule, It was special decisions that required an object interface. Or in the election of Venetian doges, the ballot was understood as a token caught up in a rule-governed probability game, not as a direct vote, not as a representation of a person or a party. With one exception, and unfortunately I'm going to skip over this, and that is the institution of ostracism and the ostraka, which I won't talk about, but it's an interesting exemption because it's the only one that involves inscription, the inscription of names. All the other objects are abstract objects, they're spheroids. So the fact remains that the ballot was born less, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself there, was born less as a material trace of an active inscription than as an elementary object dropped into a container, and the counting of these kinds of objects remained integral to processes of democratic consultation, at least until the industrialization of paper production in the 19th century. And of course, these models of democracy are built around narrowly restricted franchise. None were immune to manipulation, just like our systems today. And even when secrecy was granted, which is not a given, the casting of votes took place in a high contact, hot, noisy environment. And as a result, the informational burden of the ballot was reduced to an absolute minimum. It didn't need to communicate very much more than simply to be toggled like a binary token between gold or silver, black or white, yes or no, true or false. So it's in the late 18th century that the situation changes. And it's with the rise of nation states built on doctrines of popular sovereignty whose slow and tortuous path towards democracy is paved in paper ballot forms. Now, these paper ballots proliferate as the scale and the topographical dispersal of assemblies vastly expands, and the degree of first-hand contact between political figures and local communities and realities diminishes. And of course, it's the newspaper and print communications that step into that sphere and fill the void, so to speak. Now, in the laboratory of participatory democracy that was the 19th century United States, the resulting ballots were a municipal or a state prerogative. They were not a national prerogative. And the actual practice of voting remained a high-contact, idiosyncratic, local mode of civic performance. There was little to no standardization. Ballots assumed some of the forms I'm going to show you quickly here, a carnivalesque legion of forms, from letterpress scraps to slips printed with an office title, or pre-printed broadsides, in other words, pieces of newspaper that could literally be used to vote. The prevailing practice was for ballots to be hand-distributed and printed by the political parties themselves. And not unlike their early modern predecessors, ballots were frequently understood as just direct expressions of indirect expressions of the popular will. In other words, they were not votes for a person or a party. They voted for an intermediary, just like the Electoral College in the American system today. What I want to underscore is that this was an era of experimentation where the informational burden borne by ballots themselves was vastly expanded with respect to the prior voting systems. There was experimentation with every aspect of what a ballot was, with paper. There was experimentation with printing technologies, with steam cylinder presses, chromolithography, every technology that was used in the 19th century that was integral to the Industrial Revolution shaped the way that ballots were formed. They often included portraits, forms of experimental typography. They included racist cartoons, xenophobic illustrations, logos, color paper, every conceivable mutation you can imagine. Now, obviously, there's not enough time to go into all these particularities, but I think this rapid overview is useful for highlighting the one key value that was jettisoned in the 20th century's pursuit of standardization, and that is variety, that these were very local anchored expressions somehow of a process. And 19th century ballots were plural in the sense that they combined all of these aspects that I've already touched upon. That plurality also is associated with an openness that they had to intervention on the part of voters. Famously, for example, voters would, and parties, political parties, organized or informal groups, would elaborate stick-on and write-on elements that could be added to ballots, so much so that these so-called pasters, which you see in some of these, I don't know if you can see them well, but many of these are actually additions that have been stuck, pre-glued and stuck onto ballots. There were so many of them, they were so successful, that in 1871, the state of California developed a ballot so small that you couldn't attach anything to it as a solution to the problem of democracy. Too much democracy, if you like, too participatory a democracy. So by the end of the century, these efforts at control matured, and almost without exception, states, like countries throughout the world, came to adopt what is called the Australian ballot, which is the single state-printed ballot that is the direct progenitor of balloting forms today, including the ubiquitous butterfly ballots you find in the United States in local and national elections. Now, within this context, the temperature of voting itself was turned down from hot to cool. In the place of the polychrome festival of ballot types and formats, an austere template was developed around the uniform alphabetical listing of candidates by party affiliation, with ballots placed under direct governmental control at every step of the process. And in the place of the many idiosyncratic forms of performing democracy at the ballot, we move towards a concept of voting signified by making a mark or puncturing a card or some kind of very limited elemental gesture, with the resulting record becoming state property immediately. Now, the move towards uniformity, state control, and ballot secrecy obviously sought to address one of the pervasive facts of 19th century politics, which was fraud and manipulation. And of course, the exclusion of many social groups, like African Americans, from participation. But in so doing, it also created a greater gulf between the ballot and the democratic surround of American society. It stripped away a lot of those layers of interconnection that, for better or for worse, animated 19th century democracies. And when poorly implemented, we know that there's no guarantee that these kinds of neutral, standardized forms are immune to traps like the famous 2000 ballot in which the design features made it such that in Gore versus Bush, hanging chads, these little fragments of paper, became the deciding factor in quantifying the results of the Florida ballot. So even if the question I'm going to ask here in the form of a provocation, if one follows the playbook of organizations that have tried to establish models of excellence, ideal models of what a paper ballot should be, my bigger question is what comes after the paper ballot? How might the ballot be reimagined as a graphical user interface, better suited to an era in which the World Wide Web serves as a global agora? And all you have to do is talk to an 18-year-old who's voted for the first time, and they will communicate to you how strange and antediluvian the gesture of voting feels. And that has a material support. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, one leading candidate for the post-paper ballothood is, of course, online voting, and it's a solution that makes good sense given the pervasiveness of polling and voting mechanisms in internet culture. And there have been experiments for many years now in countries like Estonia. We've seen examples in Switzerland. And they also underpin many collective, collaborative budgeting processes at the municipal level, which are extremely interesting in my view and point towards the kind of future where some of the technologies we've been talking about today could play an important role, and I'll close with those. But this much said, of course, the consensus among security experts is that this is not a good idea, that the world is not ready for scaled online voting. But online voting doesn't answer the larger information design question towards which my reflections are pointing, and that is, how might a rethinking of the ballots, maybe accompanied by a rethinking of the temporality of voting itself as a consultative process, fill in the growing gap between ordinary citizens like that 18-year-old voter who doesn't even understand the physical nature of this gesture of participating in democracy, and the kind of information-rich, multifaceted democratic surround of contemporary society. So here's the provocation. Let's compare the standard ballot to the dense informational ecosystem that under late capitalism, corporate actors have built around even the most modest consumer good, like, let's say we're going to buy a Mocha Express coffee maker, okay? So the conventional ballot we're all familiar with. It's like a building stripped down to its structural skeleton. The form is careful to balance certain kinds of elements, not to give too much graphic prominence, although it tends to drift towards models where the most powerful actors are obliquely signaled as important, and others as less significant. And what it's created is, in the process of stripping away these layers of information, is a kind of laboratory space of decision-making that works extremely well for well-informed voters who already know what all the offices mean, who understand, who follow politics, and so forth. As we know, the demographics of electoral participation throughout the world are showing that demographic is skewing older and older and older in most of the world, not on all of the world, but in most. Now, the ballot for or against our coffee maker, on the contrary, is a different kind of animal. It situates the object within a multi-layered set of fields that show the size range of the object, the families of variations it has engendered, the uses to which it can be put. There's an information hierarchy. Some things, some forms of messaging are privileged, but there's also a dense fabric, a cacophony of voices, the companies, competing brands, competing sellers, and the voices of citizen consumers, pro and con, user testimonials, videos on functionality. Now, I'm not arguing that Amazon has the right model for what a ballot should be, but with the nesting of these various streams, this model of representation, of decision prompting, if you like, strikes me, frankly, to be more legible, more informationally rich, and probably democratic, or better aligned with the ideals of a flourishing democracy than does the paper ballot that we inherited from the 19th century. So that's my provocation. For better or for worse, the agora has always been a space of contamination between commerce and politics. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't look to some of these models in order to enrich our ideas about what participation actually means as a performance, as a form of civic performance. Now, in the space between demos and kratos, there have always been not just voting methods, but there have also always been devices capable of aggregating, calculating, and generating decisions. And these devices have a proper name. It's a computer. And earlier, I alluded to some of the roles assumed by computation in ancient and early modern democracies. And I'm just going to give two brief examples, one from Greek antiquity and one from the early modern period. And the one I want to start with is the 4th century device, which some of you may have seen. There are examples of it in many different locations. The extraordinary design intelligence of the kleroterion, which is a just-in-time ancient randomizing device that's referred to in the constitution of the Athenians. And kleroteria consisted in blocks of stone incised with rows and columns with slits into which citizen identity cards, pinakia, were inserted. More than ballot boxes, they were sorters and calculators. And I think, as you can probably see on the top there, but actually this slide shows it even better, they were loaded from the top with black and white balls with spheres that would roll down through that stem there. And when as they were released one by one, they were matched with the rows of identity cards. And when there was a match, the complete lateral row representing each of the Athenian tribes was chosen for jury duty or asked to assume a public office. So what was powerful about this? The last-minute character of the decision-making. In other words, the fact that it could combat efforts at manipulation, at payoffs, at influence peddling. Now, while the protagonists of modern electoral politics are parties and individuals, that was certainly not the case in the early modern or pre-modern era. Rule-governed methods of randomized selection were considered more democratic, and so much so that in some contemporary critics of electoral democracy have called for a return to these kinds of sortition-based models. And the devices that I'm showing you are examples of this use of structured randomized selection processes. And the case in point that I touched on earlier that I'm going to just very briefly describe is the election of the Doge that started of the Venetian Republic, which started in 1268 and ended in 1797, the supreme leader of the Venetian Republic. The Doge was elected by a large legislative assembly known as the Maggior Consiglio, made up of representatives of all of the city's noble families. And I'm not going to go into the details of the process, but if you look at this diagram, you can see that it was an extraordinarily complex process. A 14-year-old boy was grabbed off the streets randomly, brought into a space. He was called the ballottino, and he would hand select 30 members of the Grand Council. And those 30 members, those were by lottery, by chance. 21 of those 30 members were excluded, and 9 were chosen by lottery again. And the system continues on and on like that through 9 phases to create a dislocation between each of these moments of selection along the way. No family was permitted to have more than 1 member assigned to any of the 9 different groupings. Voting for relatives was prohibited, and a 2/3 supermajority was required at every step of the way. Now, you could make fun of a system like that, but half a millennium of endurance is certainly almost unequaled testimony to the robustness of the system. Now, what is the reason for these elaborate protocols? Corruption, just as in the case of some of the other practices. Not unlike our society today, Venetian public life was under constant pressure from the most powerful socio-political forces of the day. There were turf wars, battles between clans, attempts at falsification, and so forth. And so these systems were developed specifically to enable, to create decision mechanisms that are not subject to the dominant forms of corruption in society at that time. My larger point here is that these 2 examples do more than point to the fact that computation and democracy are very old bedfellows. This is not a new proposition. They highlight the fact that it's bad actors who represent the greatest threat to democracy, not systems or machines. And even when the systems and machines are wrought by bad actors, they are tools that in history demonstrates over and over again can be appropriated, shifted in their functionalities. So again, my point is the question regarding democracy and technology posed by Democracy GPT isn't the one currently grabbing all the headlines. The Godzilla breakout scenario, which we heard some echoes of in the positive, which is the notion that an artificial general intelligence is about to take over the world. Rather, the question is whether, in my view, with the proper guardrails in place, with the proper purpose-built tools in development, AI can contribute to the reinvigoration of our broken democracies in ways that catalyze, channel, and contain the power of contemporary technologies and the communications networks that undergird them. Now, for nearly a decade now, thinkers like Nick Bostrom have argued, and we heard some of this echoed today, that a non-human intelligence lurks right around the corner and that such an AGI poses either an existential threat or a salvific potential to our world. And these are views echoed in the Center for AI Safety's recent public statement that mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. I wonder whether there aren't far more urgent tasks, given that as Meta's AI head recently confessed, current AIs have about the intelligence level of a dog, actually, I think well of dogs, but nonetheless, maybe the question of ensuring that AI systems do not exacerbate forms of social inequality. Some of those other questions might seem like higher priority issues than extinction. But there is one part of this story which is accurate, I think, which is that not unlike nuclear warheads or gene splicing, for example, the most advanced AI tools need to be kept out of the wrong hands. And that doesn't mean that they are on their way to becoming autonomous agents. I don't think that they are. I don't believe that they are. I think if we're looking for the greatest threat to the world's ecosystems, to the peaceful coexistence of nations, to the greatest driver of human extinction, just look in the mirror. All right, I want to conclude here with talking just very quickly about some examples of tools that I think go in the right way. They take the kind of direction that begin to address what are the greatest challenges of creating democracy, GPT, as I've referred to it. And the first is something that, that Philip touched upon, that I want to underscore in particular, that data sources and training sets for most, if not for the majority of generative AI applications remain opaque. And that lack of transparency has a whole series of consequences, of social effects that do nothing but underscore the dystopic potential of these technologies. So what if every such tool, every large language model, every generative AI had a nutritional label? A nutritional label like the universal label that you find on every product that goes into a human body. That's a very simple proposition. It's a proposition that was put forward by a project that came out of the Berkman Klein Center. It's called the Data Nutrition Project, and it's a very modest example. It simply says, we want to know what went in. Obviously, it would be nice to know some of the algorithmic structures as well as a complement to that knowledge, but to move away from a black box model where we know only about what comes out. So that's one example, one small example. Garbage in, garbage out. Let's at least know what the garbage is that we're dealing with. A second one is a beautiful example of a civic technology project, which is not a new project. It's an old project. It was created by the Citizens Foundation in Iceland in 2008. It's called Your Priorities. And it's an online idea generation and deliberation platform that connects citizens to governments and nonprofits. It's been used in 45 countries by millions of participants. You can see the kind of portfolio of projects that are involved. It uses marketing and outreach, including social media channels, television ads, in-person assemblies. They're all project specific. They answer questions and they solve problems. Now, where's the AI? There's not a lot of AI in there. But in Polities, which is another example of a similar platform, generative AI tools and GPT technologies are now integrated into the way in which certain forms of policy crowdsourcing are carried out, involving political parties, citizens in internal debates. And Policies is an open source machine learning system for collecting, analyzing, and interpreting what large groups of people think. Conversations can involve hundreds of thousands to millions of participants, and they're structured around short text statements which you cannot respond to. So there is no trolling culture. They are randomly distributed, and then out of the process of exchange that happens in this community, maps are generated that show affinities, and then there's an internal incentive system that incentivizes groups to form and then to dialogue with other groups. Now, Policies has been used in a number of countries. Taiwan is the one that's the most interesting, in tandem with a platform called Join, which hosts debates for online petitions. It's been used for punishing sexual crimes, regulating Uber, a whole range of different policies. In a country of 23 million inhabitants, 5 million people participate in Join. And even though the decisions are not yet automatically turned into decisions that would be equivalent to a parliamentary approval, regions are required to, if they have consulted Policies, to explain to the community why a decision was made in the end. So my point here is that there are models, and there are models that are in practice and that are beginning to sketch for us a way of getting out of these two final scenarios, which I want to close. The first is that the agora has been split right down the middle, and in a thriving 24/7 distraction economy, we have a world bringing over with action, debates, entertainment, misinformation, disinformation, information, and the electoral half is secure like a fortress. You can vote very securely, but it's an increasingly empty world, and one where only the most interested parties are directly engaged in conversation. Scenario number 2, we've already discussed it. A world colonized by chatbots, where the robot masters are hiding behind a curtain somewhere, sending out their armies to conquer opinion, clicks, whatever it is, and civil society is swept up in this kind of tide of confusion and indirection. I think the two examples that I've closed with here are, however modest they are, they're prompts that point towards a future where democracy and technology are more productively entwined. And that future is a wide open space with a lot of history and a lot of baggage, but it's one that's going to depend on acts of the technological imagination and civic innovation alike. Thank you.
Thank you both for these really rich papers that build on each other, I think. And thank you, Jeff, for the historical perspective and the very practical solutions that you offered us, Phil. I think we're moving to...
So could you please continue chairing?
Well, we're moving to the round table. I'm happy to help moderate. I would like to invite the speakers to engage each other's arguments. One of them is missing, but the four of you, I think, will have a lot to say to each other. And I see a lot of questions that are, there are a lot of synergies and also some real differences in your arguments. So the floor is open. Please, Pierre Lévy.
I have a question for Philippe.
You use the mic, please. Could you use the mic?
Sorry?
Move it closer.
Closer, okay. It's a very naive but controversial question. How do you define disinformation? What is the difference between information and disinformation? I have a personal example. It's the story of the Wuhan lab leak. At the time of the beginning of the COVID pandemics, I was reading a lot of scientific papers because I wanted to understand. And I read everything on Wikipedia about the research that they were doing at the Wuhan lab, etc. And it was obvious for me that this virus was going from the lab. So in the Facebook, Twitter, etc., I said, for me, it's rather evident. I have no proof, but if I follow Occam's razor, it's the simpler explanation. And then I was accused of being a Trump supporter and a lot of other things. And I was censored, people were blocking me and so on. So at the time, it was, what I was saying was misinformation. Today, it's obvious for everyone, and it is a Wall Street Journal, and everybody says, yes, probably it's coming from the lab. So how do we know? What are the real criteria?
Fabulous. The simplest questions are also the toughest, yeah? And I want to start by offering my sympathies. I think it's always
I find when I get accused of being both a Nazi and a communist, that I know I've made something good. So I'm sorry that you were blocked on social media, but I suppose that's part of the consequences of fame. I think the basic definition is essentially that it's information that's crafted to deceive, that's purposefully produced to be full of false heads, to make you behave in a way that you wouldn't otherwise, and usually somebody has paid for it. So it's in the service of some ideology, or it's in the service of some commercial interest. But your question's a good one in that it is unlikely that a group of scientists wearing lab coats can evaluate the truth claims of all the social media posts that are out there. So I think we've accepted that assessing each truth by truth, each claim by claim is not possible. The thing we can do is identify interference with the infrastructure. And I'll invite Jeffrey to comment on this too, because in a sense, we create these ballots or we create these systems for disseminating knowledge, and you can tell when somebody comes and messes with them. You can tell when there's a sudden bloom of 10,000 fake accounts that all have the same AI-generated image. So I would say we can't expect the scientific community to evaluate all these truth claims, but what we can watch for is that infrastructural interference that does leave a trail of evidence.
Okay, may I rephrase, if you authorize me? So what you are saying is that misinformation is when there is a campaign to distort voluntarily the truth, with a lot of people involved, and that's okay, I understand, thank you.
But isn't this also in the context of information and knowledge being so politicized right now? I mean, so I think that's the context in which we're asking these questions.
Again, I'm sorry to be the historian always in the group, but these kinds of questions were absolutely central to political theory and the emergent social sciences of the second half of the 19th century already. I mean, obviously each media regime, each construction of how communications are channeled, the dynamics that they assume, the scales that they assume, their distribution, those change with the technology platforms. But the core set of problems is a problem that are problems, in my view, that have deep roots in the print public sphere, which, contrary to what the argument Habermas makes, was always a bit of a pathological public sphere. It was never quite as clear, transparent, and smooth in its operations as we would like to idealize it as being. So I think I would very much concur with the answer that you gave. I think a lot of these questions are not just, they're technology questions in part because there are tools that can aid, but there are also questions of constructing a kind of society that's also has those critical skills and capabilities to make those differences.
May I ask a question of Jeffrey in the spirit of conversation? I find as a social scientist it's valuable to sit with historians to provide that additional context. Those examples from previous elections from past centuries that seem familiar to us. In the social sciences, though, we do tell ourselves some stories about things that are new. Not quite the same as we've heard in other contexts tonight, but we do talk about how the information infrastructure makes it possible to do the political manipulation at speeds greater than ever before, and that these can transport across languages and borders reach that's probably greater than ever before. So we do still tell ourselves these stories that there's something special about the technology moment that makes the scale of misinformation seem so much qualitatively different. How do you land on turning points? Is it really all the same, or an extension, or are there some distinctions?
No, I wouldn't want to make the argument that there aren't distinctions to be made. But But I do still find it valuable to go back and look at the discourse around telegraphy, telephony, every single major media revolution that changed models of the communication of political ideas and their dissemination, and to see panics that have distinctive features. They're not all the same. But I think the larger point about acceleration is a key aspect of the particular set of anxieties that we have in confronting the contemporary challenges and opportunities. So thinking about speed and scale, it does change the terms for what in late 19th century social science would have been a discourse about contagion or social psychology, right? But how does it change them, I guess would be my question. Does it change the fundamentals, or does it simply change your model of the social dynamics and the dissemination pattern somehow? Yeah.
If I could, I would like to ask a question to Etienne Balbao, but everybody in the group. I very much liked, and I concur with you, with regard to what you said about colonization of social processes by digital technology. And I was wondering whether you could elaborate on that, and I would like also to know the reactions of all the others to this concept, to this interpretation with which I agree. And also a related question is how you think that decision-making power structures are being reconfigured as a result of all those technological developments. And to begin with, of course, access to those, let's say, power centers or centers of power in the technological realm, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to an average citizen. So how all of these developments may affect decision-making power structures?
Shall I try to? Okay. I also have a wealth of questions. I can't, but I will perhaps introduce one of them after I try to answer, if you allow me. I mean, try to answer Panagiotis's question. I was unsure. You'll think that I'm moving to completely speculative realms, but okay, that's my training. I was pushed in the direction of using this category, colonization, which has many, of course, connotations, some of which are problematic. I have no doubts about that. Certainly by the fact that that my starting point initially, when I was first contacted by you, and was in a sense Habermas's recent intervention, and as a consequence, of course, the bulk of his work, I mean, which has always been, in fact, about democracy, not only as a regime, I would say, but as a form of life, in a sense, as a collective form of life, and exploring different directions. So I'm not a Habermasian, but I have great admiration, and again and again, I find that he is asked important. So there was this idea of the Kolonisierung der Lebenswelt, which is so important, and which in his work, and which, of course, also connects with a tradition coming from the Frankfurt School, which has to do with the whole idea, I would say, that experience, existential dimensions of our lives are permanently running the risk of being swallowed by, I'd say, calculus and mechanical procedures. So, to which he tries to counteract through the introduction of another form of rationality, which is not the rationality of the calculus of interest or utility, but which is the rationality of the communication among citizens. So sorry for the length. so that took me in that direction, and in a sense, I was wondering, I was saying to myself, are we not, in fact, observing, I would say, the development, the massive development of a new step, a new moment in that colonization of the Lebenswelt is not so life world. I mean, it's the current, etc., which surprisingly is not the one that he has insisted so much upon in his last interventions. But at the same time, I was also driven by so colonization runs the risk of taking us again in the direction of the idea that there is some sort of Leviathan or external superpower that is more or less independent from our actions and our wills, and that is imposing progressively upon us. It's a rule that is an external rule. Now, of course, if you look at the whole thing from an anthropological point of view, and especially the point of view of the trends of evolution of the human species, which is a very abstract notion, I believe that you get to the idea that, in a sense, what characterizes the human more than any other species, it's not an absolute singularity, but it's the fact that it's really a species that colonizes the environment and then colonizes itself in a sense. But the other model that I'm trying to work with is the one that my late colleague and friend Bernard Stiegler tried to popularize, and I readily admit that Bernard writes too many pages, that he's a lover of esoteric formulation, etc. But I believe that the idea that it's not his own idea, the idea that he took from Lotka, from Leroy-Gourand, from others, etc., namely he calls it exosomatization, artificialization or prosthetic evolution. The idea that, and that's also something that characterizes the human as such, the capacity to create, to externalize bodily and now also mental faculties, to incorporate them into more or less sophisticated instruments, from where the dilemma arises, and that was already, it's not new, that was already the case. Marx insisted on that when describing the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century very, very heavily. At which point can we say that we, either as individuals or as collectives or as society, are no longer using certain instruments that we have created, but are now being somehow used by these very instruments, or dominated or expropriated, etc. So these two models were competing in my mind, and I was trying to find a kind of combination. But this is not very scientific. This is a little bit too impressionist, maybe.
No, it's not impressionist. It's philosophical. I mean, and are there any Heideggerian traces?
Sorry?
Are there any Heideggerian traces behind
yes, of course,
this?
Inevitably.
Yeah.
inevitably.
I suspect
but,
so.
But I'm trying, I'm desperately trying, nevertheless, to dissociate myself from, I alluded to that at the beginning, from what in Heidegger, like it or not, pure and simply continues a certain tradition of technophobic attitude. And that destroys the ambivalence on which I am trying to keep thinking.
Exactly.
Or the pharmakon in the Platonic Derridian sense.
Just, I really appreciated the reflections you just shared with us. It's super suggestive. And I do think that anthropology has something to add to this conversation when it comes to tool making. What are tools? Tools always use us, and we use tools. And it's that interplay between those two.
And if you allow me to add just one word, the idea that also was working in my, because I had desperately tried to catch up, I would say, with some of the questions that you all know very well and me not. I'm sure you understood that concerning, well, the digital world in which we are entering and its technologies. So I was impressed by the fact that people like Floridi and others, they are practically suggesting that we are no longer dealing with tools or instruments, but we are dealing with something which is a complete environment. So there are many tools at work there. But the problem is that their interconnection and their working together at a massive scale creates something which is an environment and not just an instrument. So that was, of course, already the case with many aspects of the Industrial Revolution. It transformed our life world, our environment, etc., but not in such a manner that would be that we would find ourselves, I would say, so maybe that's too Heideggerian, but completely anonymized as on one side involuntary sources for data mining, and on the other side permanent targets, if you like, for strategies of which can be either commercial or or having to do with misinformation or with politics. If you allow me, could I ask Pierre a question which relates to that? I promise I'll stop. There were many things that I found fascinating in your talk, but I was worried at some point by I don't know if the question makes sense. I mean, you insisted very strongly, even heavily, and I could not agree more with you on the idea that the infosphere is not neutral in terms of the distribution of power. So use, of course, obviously. But then the question came to my mind: in which sense do we? I mean, that the GAFAM have enormous power. You said the reasons for their influence is twofold. They have enormous power and capacities, and on the other side, we are extremely weak, particularly because we're addicted. So that's a kind of new version of the old idea of voluntary servitude, and that's etc. So then, what kind of power is that? Of course, we have no doubt. We can name the firms, and even their CEOs and their etc. But this is not power in the traditional sense, and especially not in the political sense of the term. It's not power that directly aims at governing people, imposing laws or injunctions on people. What's the aim of that power? At some point, you might even be tempted to say, I ask you, the aim of that power is pure and simply to increase the power permanently, to increase the power permanently. A state has interests, has objectives to which it subjects its citizens. A manager in an industry has practical objectives to be implemented. What are the objectives that these huge global powers are pursuing? I don't say they have no power.
Okay, that's a very interesting question. And I don't have the answer. But I would try to make a historical comparison. I think that their power comes from the fact that they are able to manage an enormous quantity of information, and it is strategic information, I would say bio-information, political information, economic information, all these things. When you think about the beginning of the state, the real power was in the hands of the scribes, because they had the ability to compute everything about the taxes and about the cattle and about the fields and so on. So today it's exactly the same thing, but at very much a bigger scale, an enormous scale, let's say. I think their goal is just the power. There is no, and they don't really want to impose something on us. They just want to have more and more customers, and that these customers create more data and so on, so that it augments their own power. And of course, to be able to stay in this state of power, they have to make an alliance with the official political power. And also, let's say the world, I am not Marxist at all, but they are the biggest capitalists, the biggest company, the most wealthy companies in the world are the information companies.
In a sense, my question was silly because they have an interest which is very clear, making a lot of money.
Exactly. So this is obvious. So and they say it without any. They are not hiding it. They are proud of it.
So the reason why I was pursuing them in the...
But it's not interesting, or they want more money and more money. What is really interesting is what is the state of current culture? What kind of civilization are we making? How can we use these tools for an augmentation of collective intelligence? And I think that it is possible. And I don't think that there is some horrible totalitarian power and that's it, or a fantastic digital democracy. No, it's a dialectic, always a fight between the two, and there will not be a final state.
So if you'll allow, I think we should move to some audience questions, and then each of you will have one more round to respond, if that's okay, as a strategy, because our audience hasn't had a chance to weigh in except for one question earlier. So I'd like to maybe collect a couple of questions and then give everybody one more chance. Yes.
Brief. Okay, hello. My name is Alexandra Theodoropoulos. I'm a member of the board. Thank you very much. Thank you, Panayotis. Wonderful, very interesting. Indeed, I think that the discussion about the goals and the means is the big discussion, of course, and then when the means become goals, there's this inversion, and this is the danger of madness, we could say. So we all need to try to be able to avoid this madness. And I'm talking also as a mother, because I see what happens with the young generation right now. The generation, because we are talking, and we have also lived the non-digital age, but young generations really, sometimes there is a confusion between reality and digital world. And I think this is something that goes out of technology. It's indeed our decision to put the first moral duty to put the limits and not to make the confusion between the goals and the means, the reality and the non-reality, because then we go to madness.
Is there a question?
Yes, I have a question. Sorry, I thought I could say just a little comment. That was my comment. Now, the question is, if the goal is democracy, as our colleagues, and of course, democracy and true information, right? Then how can we surpass the interface of the screen, of the technology? And let me give you the example. I had, for example, because I was a scrutineer in the election that we had in our union where I work, and we had the digital ballot. So I was in the scrutineers. There was a representative of how you say, the electoral representative, someone who was a judge. Were three or four people. When the result came, some people questioned it because it was a result that gave too many votes to some people that became a party. And then some people questioned, and they said to us, how can you be sure that that was correct? I don't know technology. I couldn't really count. I thought my role was completely a little bit of a decorative role, because I couldn't see how the machine works. Maybe instead of a lawyer, we should have a technician that could really get into the algorithm and see if the company that was in charge of the election did their job, or if there was some outside influence. Maybe it was just science fiction because we live in a democratic country, but we really could not say what happened. So how, is there a way, maybe should we employ our technological knowledge to increase visibility? And is it, and how can we create a platform that emanate from the subject rather than from the big companies?
Let's take maybe 2 more questions and then allow the panel to respond. Any other questions out there? Yes.
A question to Professor Belvar. I like your reference, your touch you do on the problem of alienation in modern technology. I think it's a very serious problem. And we find new ways of alienation with the new technologies. And I don't know if there is a correlation between various forms of alienation and various forms of knowledge, or even lack of knowledge in the technology area.
Okay, and then one more question from the...
Thank you very much. I'm a historian, so you're not alone in the room. Well, I think that we realize that the art of deceiving, the so-called art of deceiving, has gained new content and new tools because of technology. And of course, it is a very long and old discussion about the relation and the distinction between the true and the false. Do you think that we live in an era where this couple has changed a meaning? Is it a valid distinction? Because we can think about deep fakes, for example, or other products circulating on the web. So can we still discuss about the truth and reality on the one side and the false on the other side? What is the meaning of this distinction in our ChatGPT era? Thank you.
Thank you to all three of you. Who would like to start?
No, great questions, and maybe we could start with the first. I'm not necessarily advocating that a screen is the best interface for engaging in forms of democratic practice. It's just that screens have invaded all kinds of areas of our everyday lives, and so it's one of the obvious places for people to start thinking. But what really interests me is how we design models of participation, because it's not a given that democracy means I vote for an institutional entity or a person. Right? That's what I was trying to demonstrate, that there are powerful counter-views of what democracy is. Random selection was much more popular as a view, and there are polemicists who make the argument that it has a valuable role to play, maybe not at every level of decision-making, but that it actually is more effective than person-based voting, models of representation. So what seems to me to be missing, not entirely missing, because of course there's some fantastic efforts that are going on, but we're at the beginning of this process, are those forms of experimentation, with what it means to perform democratic participation today. And our electoral systems are broken. People don't feel the level of participation. Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to underscore. It's not that there is a ready-at-hand solution, but I certainly think when it comes to decision-making and this larger issue about validation and verification and truth, that creating the kind of platforms that Philip presented to us, and some of the ones I referred to, that begin to catalyze some of the powers of these discussion forums, but strip away some of the pathologies that we know all too well, and then begin to think about how we can develop a limited sub-universe of tools that allow us to see things precisely, that empirically, it's not like looking at a bunch of paper ballots. One last thing I will say as a historian, when paper ballots came, there was exactly this kind of discussion happening everywhere in the world where they were disseminated, that they were fake, they were inherently open to falsification, and they were not a good substitute for raising hands or for speaking out in a forum. So it's not that it should give us the guidance, but it tells us that democracy is about experimentation and innovation. It's not about a kind of faithful sticking to some model that got consecrated in the course of the 19th and 20th centuries and that has ossified and gelled. That's what we inherited. It works in some ways, it's dysfunctional in others, and it is in tension with the whole information environment that we operate within, where these questions of judgment come up under new terms. So that's what I would say.
I'm also excited by this opportunity for experimentation. I think there's a number of great ideas about jury polling, deliberative polling, small group interaction that lets you put the people who are polar opposites on voting day. You lock them in a hotel room for the weekend and they end up building empathy. They discuss, they listen to experts, they ask the questions, they get to meet the experts, right? So that it's not, it doesn't seem like a source of authority that's disembodied. And so there are possibilities for AI assistance, machine learning assistance, perhaps in this deliberative, in these modes of deliberative experimentation. I think we need to be open to the possibility that large-scale national voting is a blunt instrument, is not the most direct way of understanding what people think or feel or would want out of their societies. I want to reflect before I pitch to the other side. I've noticed that listening to the conversation about markets, that we opened with a critique about how everything has come into the service, under the service of the economic. And we ended with this idea that our ballots could look like an Amazon shopping experience. So it may be that we have a limited range of options to actually play with, but that perhaps we can agree the one we operationalize most often isn't fit for purpose at the moment.
I would like to say some positive words. Because all these technologies are mainly about communication, social communication, and cognitive augmentation. And this is not so bad, I think. So personally, I'm very happy to be able to feed my mind from all these diverse sources in very different countries, from very different disciplines and so on. Of course, I am privileged cognitively, but I think we should work in education to help people to take advantage of all these new possibilities and, of course, be aware of the risks. But let's not forget that there is a big positive aspect to this technological development.
First speaker, last speaker? No, not last. What you just said suggests me something which connects, I hope, with the second, or the third, rather, intervention, so I'll try and put them together. This is very subjective. I mean, my use of the digital tools or instruments of information, knowledge, and communication is extremely limited, I have to confess. And it's also stamped with a sort of psychic resistance, you know, and rejection that I'm not even struggling with. So I give you an example. On my computer, there is, we all know that, there are instructions, very easy to set up, which prevent any message containing the words Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., to enter the mail. So I'm completely protected from that. I have no Facebook account and so on and so on, which is clearly a neurotic attitude. I completely, etc. So you like me, yes, thank you, and I like you even more. But of course, what is my use as an old academic trained in the classical methods of philosophy, philology, history, and so on and so on? I immensely benefit every day, every hour from the fact that I can find almost all, not only the references to put in the footnotes, but the text, the passages, the interesting new ideas which I need. But I have the feeling that it is because I was trained, so maybe I overestimate that, but I was trained in ancient methods of reading, organizing, conceptualizing, problematizing a number of intellectual issues that I can now use this huge additional resource. So which gives me the probably absurd and ridiculous feeling that I'm in fact the master of what I am, the user, I mean the master of what I'm using. But then the question that you, so the question of truth and falsity and fiction, not fiction, but yes, I mean fake information and news arises very quickly, and I I tend to believe, following my inspiration earlier this afternoon, that the question has to be raised at a very fundamental, I would say, epistemic or epistemological level. The worst is perhaps not the fact that it's difficult to protect yourself or defend yourself from how did Anderson write that? A deluge of information that is not verified and that is even probably fake. It's the fact that at a certain basic level, the very notion of data, and if it's big data, it completely neutralizes this epistemic difference. It doesn't matter for the system whether the data are checked or not, etc. The important fact is only that they are there and they can be statistically put together. So that's what I find very problematic. And as for the question of alienation, that would be a very long story. This is, of course, a central philosophical idea. I didn't have any more time at the end, and it was still not completely clear in my mind because I was experimenting with the whole issue. But I was, and I think this joins certain of our common preoccupation. I was asking myself, what is the which strategies do we have with respect to we as a indeterminate collective, with respect to these new forms of alienation precisely. So I could think of three basic strategies. Resistance, which is what I more or less do when I don't, or the kind of modern replica of the Luddite movement, destroy the computers, etc., etc. So adaptation, which is clearly what most of us need to do, or subversion. And I, for reasons which I hope are not purely aesthetic and elitist, I tend to believe that subversion is a very crucial issue, and that's also why artists or anarchists working with IA are so interesting. Now the problem is that I'm done. Let me give you a silly comparison. I said there's no a life that is not alienated, that is subjected in a sense to and dependent on its own relationships to something other that is not your own creation, etc., is a dream that the Romantic philosophy, including Marxism, etc., developed for a long time. But in practice, it's so. But what makes a difference is the thing, I would say, in quasi-Lacanian jargon, to which you are alienated. And a comparison came to my mind when I was younger. I once, I'm a complete atheist, etc. I was attending a wedding, a marriage ceremony, the marriage of two young friends, in fact, or people I knew, and they were devoted Catholics. So the Catholic priest made a discourse, and he said the following thing, very banal in a sense from his point of view, but which I found incredible. He said, look, Christ will always be there between the two of you. So, le Christ sera toujours entre vous. And so, immediately with my bad spirit, I thought, okay, when making love, Christ is there, in the between them, which can have erotic consequences, of course. It can be a very, etc. Or produce some sort of inhibition. And should I do that to her, or should I ask him to do that to me? Oh, Christ would probably object to that, and so on and so on. So my idea was, what kind of experience, and particularly what kind of effects on imagination arise from the fact that it's no longer Christ or any equivalent moral law that is permanently there between any two of us, or more than two perhaps, who try to interact either effectively or cognitively, etc. It's the machine. It's the machine, or it's the power that we take from the machine. And I'm sure that the imagination can work with that as well. But with God, you can do almost whatever you want, you know, because God is really a pure literary fiction. So the machine is not. I mean, that's okay.
Thank you. I mean, this is a great place actually to end with the idea of making love in the flesh, right? Rather than in our virtual worlds. And I'd like to turn this back to Panayotis Roilos, and thank all the speakers for these wonderful papers and also the lively discussion that could actually go on all night.
I would like to thank all of you, and especially the speakers and the moderators. So I hope that I'll see you again next year in the context of Delphi Dialogues here in Delphi. It's already 10 o'clock. So I think we should run to dining hall and continue our discussion in a symposiastic context.